and just sort of it's like this little packages of lavender scent that she's put in them just to make them stuff. So I make stuff.
It's really bad again. I don't know what it is.
Mm.
Maybe it's just me.
It's happening in and out. I don't know exactly what's going on.
It could just be one of the connectors.
Yeah, it might just be your connection. Hold on, let me see something. No, yeah, the region override is automatic, so it's trying to find the best one for everybody. You're back now. At least your video is not crunchy.
Yeah.
And it was crunchy when you were crunchy, but I heard.
Oh,
So sorry.
okay. That's interesting.
Crunchyroll.
Maybe cameras off to save interwebs.
Maybe.
Wouldn't be better.
See if that works better.
Because Discord does like to eat a lot of data when videos are live.
Mm-hmm.
Is this
It was bad again.
Okay. Well, great. This headset is pretty fucky. Let me see what I can do. Let's try that again. Is this alright? Is it still fucky?
It seems better. Try turning up your video to save just a little bit more bit rate.
My video what now?
Your video on Discord. Try turning it off just to save a little bit of bit. Sorry, that was through a mouthful of Mexican food.
Is this working?
Yes.
It's good right now.
Crispy.
Alright.
I'm turned on. I don't know about everybody else.
Very sweet. So, anyway, what you call has something.
It is happening still.
Yeah, I didn't get any of that. You said alright, and then it immediately devolved to shit for the next two sentences. It was like it knew you were about to say something important. Yeah, try leaving and coming back. I think Flinks has got it.
Yeah, I mean that might be the case, but I don't know.
It just might help.
Bing bong. But
it's holding for the moment.
Better.
Right up.
Nope, that was not good. Uh-oh.
Maybe I do.
Maybe whatever you said. Maybe that would work.
Is the Discord server, because I know it changes accordingly, but is it set to Eastern or Western?
It's set to automatic over anything.
Can you guys hear me all right now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's better.
I just changed over to my cell phone.
Oh no.
Yeah, so let me just try and figure out how I want to work that.
Rig up a headset.
I don't think I have one for my my cell phone. But I guess I'll put it on speaker and just turn the volume up. There we go. Hopefully that works. Am I just gonna have to hold this up to my face the whole fucking game? Oh no, this is chaotic.
Maybe rig it up a little bit. Like, maybe put it, like, can you place it on your desk?
Yeah, is this alright?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
we'll go with that for now then.
Just a note, so you know, we will not be able to hear you while we're talking because of the way the speakerphone works
Yeah,
on
alright.
Discord.
Okie dokie. Well, it kind of works.
Yeah, well, we got this.
Yeah. Alright. So, as Angie is sort of, packaging up your things, and just making sure you've got everything all right, and sort of gently places them each in your hands, because a little smile. Oh, and you might want to go out and check out Stable Supply. Hosig has got a new shipment of little knickknacks and some magic,
I
some
love little knickknacks.
yes. It's just a little bit down the road and to the left. But yes, if you'd like to go and do that, that would be lovely. Tell him I said hello and hope he's getting some good sleep. Um, but yes, please do feel free to come back anytime. And as your business and presence is always appreciated.
Excuse me, Miss Angie. Do you sell cook's utensils?
I mean, I have my own, but
Well, I would not like to
I
take yours. Just if you did, I was going to buy them to give you business.
I I think perhaps Hersig might be able to get you some things like that.
Okay, I will let him know that you recommended his business.
Yes. And Declan von Kraus, is that said out loud?
Yes.
Okay.
Complete with
it's-
air quotes with his fingers.
Yeah. Oh, maybe a couple of minutes walk. It's
Fine.
in his arms.
I
Did you
think
catch
we're
on?
heading. I think we're heading
Yes,
that
yeah.
way anyway.
Shag looks over at the half. Wait, is Declan a halfling or a gnome?
I'm a halfling.
Halfling. He looks over at Declan. It's like, how did you end up in the wilds?
It's a long story, but
Well, we got a little bit of
I'm
a
used
walk.
to being carried places, or at least riding
Oh.
a carriage.
Well, good for you. We have a rickshaw, and I don't mind dragging your ass in it. Just yeah.
Yeah, you did that last time.
Works for me.
And we
So-
all agree. So we go to the not general store, the trinket store.
Wait, what am I going?
It's
Buy a
called
poem
Stable
out.
Supply, and it is more or less of a general store, but there's also a bunch of. It's kind of like general store, and it's also a little bit of a thrift shop, and it's a little bit of everything. And as you guys sort of find your way approaching, there's a the door is unusually tall. It's like maybe 40 to 30, 40 to 50% taller than a normal door would be, to the point where it's taking up like a good bit of the wall. Um,
Pretty tall.
and as you see, there's a sign hanging outside that says stable supply with a little horseshoe hanging below it. And yeah, presuming you guys enter, there's a first thing that hits you is there's a lot of stuff in here, and there's the slight smell of, it's not mustiness, it's kind of like that clean old dust kind of smell. Like the stuff is taken care of, but it's still old.
Yeah, it's got a patina.
Yeah. And sort of looking around, you see there are all sorts of things, mostly farming supplies. Some looking a little nicer or ceremonial kind of thing. Like they're definitely a bit more well made, and then some that are just very basic and look like they're fairly fairly good value there. And then as you guys are sort of taking a little bit of a look around, you hear the clopping of horse hooves in the back of the store.
Ooh, is Hasrig a centaur?
And as you're sort of having that thought, you do notice it is indeed correct. A centaur individual sort of comes around and is, even with the accommodations he's made to this building, is still a little bit tight in this space. And then just sort of sits his horse half sideways and then twists his human half the other way, and just sort of leans on the desk there, or the countertop, with his human half, and just sort of gives a slight raised shout towards you guys. Greetings, welcome to Stable Supply. Let me know if you need anything. I'll help where I can, but it's a little hard to navigate it here sometimes.
Oh, I get it. It's called stable supply because he's half a horse. Good one.
Yes, that's the joke. Did you need any help finding anything? I have a new trinkets in, a couple of things from the Starlight Academy, a couple of things from all around. Should be all relatively affordable.
We were recommended your wares by Angie, and I
Ah,
am looking for a cooking utensil set.
oh yes, I have a few of those actually. Um, were you looking for any specific type of cuisine, or just general supplies?
Well, I'm looking for the hardware to cook things with, and I guess if you have uh, spices and herbs and such, I would be interested in those too.
Oh yes, I have a few of those. Let me, and he just sort of takes a little ledger up and starts thinking through it, and he's just sort of thinking for a moment, and then just sort of pointing just for himself over in different directions in the store, um, and sort of once again pointing at the book. Um, yes, well, we have just general cooking supplies over in that corner there, um, and we have again, there's just some pots and pans, that kind of thing. But there's also a large wok. I don't know if you're looking for that kind of thing, but it's up
Walks are versatile. I'll take one of those too.
Lovely. Yes, we can just sort of switch out some of the heavier pots and pans because it looks like you're a little bit more on the road. Is there anything else you lot were looking for?
You mentioned something from the Starlight Academy. What do you have from there?
Oh yes. Well, I mean, it's nothing too fancy, but the some of the senior transmutation students have created a few magic items and the like, and just some minor ones, practice, and they've just sort of sold them in bulk, and I've managed to get my hands on a few. Um, and I also have a few little trinkets from up north. Um, really, it was more of a bulk purchase and a lucky dip, and I think I got some good things.
I'll look around. What does he have?
It's not actually open. As you sort of start looking around, it's like, oh no, that they are affordable, but not so cheap that I'm willing to leave them out. Yes, here I've got a list, and he has holds out a list of just like basically a manifest of different objects that he has. He has something called a crystal magic detection. He has a stargazer's lens. He has a quill of assistance. He has a band of distant whispers. He has a small. He has a box of 5 expeditious letters. He has something called the grasp of darkness, something called the warmth of the sun, and something called the calm of the moon. He also has a couple of cloaks of comfort. He has one set of surefoot boots and one set of swift stride boots. Few of these things you've really heard of before. If you want to, you can make an Arcana check. Otherwise, you can just ask him.
I will do an Arcana check for the quill. Got a 16.
All right. Yeah. These things are not super common. Crystal of magic detection is. I mean, it sounds like more or less what it says on the box. It's just it detects magic. The exact strength and precision you're not certain, but it strikes you as something that would certainly be useful. Stargazer's lens. It's you've heard of such things. It allows you to see the stars um, when looking through it, even if there is something obscuring the stars. Basically, you see the night sky through cloud, solid objects, and even when it is daytime. There's Quill of Assistance that simply writes as you speak. It is basically a speech to text bot for you. Um, it's a little scribe there for you, and also never runs out of ink. There's the Band of Distant Whispers, which, from your summation, sounds like you could throw your voice a short distance using it. Expeditious Letter, again, similar to what it says, is a letter that is magically enchanted that once it is folded and stamped, it will magically transport itself to whoever you sent it to within 5 or so minutes, provided they're on the same plane of existence. You're not super familiar with conjuration magic, but you know it gets fucky when you start trying to cross planes. Grasp of Darkness. Why don't you make me a religion check for there's 3 here.
Sure.
Yeah, you're not sure. it definitely sounds like something that's a little bit untoward, or or at the very least something that's a little bit frowned upon in some circles. But as to its exact power, you're not sure. Same as warmth of the sun, but the warmth of the sun sounds a little bit nicer and more proper, and so does the calm of the moon. Um, Cloak of Comfort, it is essentially uh, not only a very comfortable cloak, but it is magically enchanted so that it is suitable for both cold and warm weather, and will grant you uh, basically greater resistance to those greater resistance to the effects of intense heat or cold. Um, Not damage, but like environmental effects.
Right, right.
Surefoot boots, similar to what it says on the tin. Basically, if you are wearing them, you're a lot harder to knock back or knock over. And swift stride boots allows you to move a little bit faster. Um, and with the Arcana check that you made, I will say that you have actually heard of these. Particularly because you are a halfling and probably are not too fond of being left in the dust by some of the larger races. These things are actually more effective the smaller you are, um, and will actually make you slightly faster than the average medium creature.
I do like
If
that.
you were to look at them. But yeah, essentially, if you're small or smaller, increases your movement speed by 10 feet, and if you are medium, uh, then medium or larger, it's by 5. And all of
How
these
much?
are common
Oh,
magic
go ahead.
items, so they're relatively cheap, or at least they're not over 100 gold.
How much for the quill and the boots?
Which one?
Oh, the swift boots, or
Which strike
the ones
shoe?
that
Um,
swift stripes.
Let me work that together. Uh, I could probably tuck those together for a neat 60 gold.
May I insight check them to see
Yeah,
if I think they can
absolutely.
be haggled?
Like lead.
Uh,
Um, he's he could probably be haggled down a bit. He's definitely seemed to have caught that you're like a little bit of greater social rank, or at the very least carry yourself that way. Um, and so he might be trying to get just a little bit more than he normally might out of someone. Um, but yeah, you could probably haggle him down a little bit.
I'll give you 55 for both.
Feel free to make a persuasion check. I might have to hold firm on that 60. These well, the quill. Honestly, I'm tempted to keep it myself. It seems quite useful, not having to bend down and everything. Um, but yes, 60 is. I think 60 is fair.
You drive a hard bargain, but sure. And I'll pass over 60 gold.
And he will take that, and then he will come back with he'll come back with the boots, which are they are the size. They are like size for a medium creature, but it looks like with your Arcana check, you know that such things will often morph or appropriately size themselves, or at the very least be adjustable to uh, the size of the wearer.
Okay.
And you should be able to adjust them within an hour or so.
All right. Well, next short
And
rest, I
then
will
there's
attend to
also
those.
the quill that he hands you, um, uh, which he takes for a moment, and just real quick, he sort of pushes out a piece of paper, and then he says, "Hi," and begins speaking. Uh, Receipt for 60 gold, bill of assistance, swift stride shoes, made out to. What was your name? Sorry. And it writes out what was your name. Sorry. God damn it. And it writes out that. God damn it.
Declan von Kraut.
Declan is written down. And then he said, "Fight," and then closes up the thing, and then sort of signs that off, hands it to you, and hands the quill to you. And you can give the quill whatever command word you so wish.
I'm really curious. Do they cross out the part where he said "damn it" 3 times, or do they leave it?
He took out his own quill and crossed that out,
Excellent, perfect.
but it's still like relatively visible. Like if you look, you squint it, you could read it. Yes, and yes, it will write down everything. It's here, so keep that in mind. The rest of you want anything?
I'm probably just standing in a corner looking at whatever shelf the sky thing is on. It's probably very beautiful, right? It shows a night sky even though it's
It's not
late-ish afternoon.
actually present. He's got sort of a list, and now that but he has sort of brought out a box of things, and he sort of started laying them out. And as you sort of look at, there is like this ring. It's only maybe 2-3 inches across. But as you look into it, even looking down, like through the ground, you see stars, and stars that you've not seen before because they're on the other side of the planet. Or at the very least, stars that are not right for this season.
Not
If you
normally
believe
present at
us.
this time of year, yeah.
And so, yeah, it would definitely draw your attention.
What are you talking about, man? The world's flat.
Right, turtles on turtles. Um,
Yeah, you
that's
see a
pretty
turtle's
cool.
taint. Um,
I'm probably just
but yeah,
looking as he says that, but I am standing by there, gazing at this thing.
there's a few other things sort of laid out there. There's a silver band, sort of like an armband, like a wrist brace that is has got like the visage of a woman sort of facing to one side, whispering into an ear. There's sort of like a box with a crystal about maybe half the size of a fist, that is just sort of sitting on a red velvet pillow, that is sort of glowing softly, and seems to glow slightly brighter or slightly less bright well as um, the items around it are moved. Um, and there's a sort of a box of, it just looks like parchment, and then there's looks like there's an obsidian wristband. There is a sunstone pendant, and there is a moonstone pendant. And then there's a couple of boxes where it looks like there's probably 2 cloaks in there. And then there's sort of surefoot boots as he sort of takes a moment and hefts them up onto the counter. They look pretty heavy, but yeah, they are there. You bastard.
Nate is curious about the pendants. I don't think Billy is, unfortunately.
Yeah. Anyone who
Maybe
wants
I'll be
to
curious
make
in the
a
pendants
religion
then.
check about the pendants if they're curious.
Oh,
Sorry,
what
what was
check?
that for? Religion. What were you saying there, B?
Oh, I said I will take a look at the pendants.
Yeah, religion check. Yeah, looking at these are actually marked with the holy symbols of uh, some of the deities of Mariner. Marine, the god of the sun, is marked on the sunstone pendant. Aubrey, the goddess of the moon, is marked on the moonstone pendant. And let me remind myself, but it is the snake god of darkness and temptation that is marked on the obsidian band.
Ooh. The the emo in me is like, I want that darkness one.
Yeah. I mean, Attica does strike me as a little bit emo, so it wouldn't be out of character.
Um, am I able to like touch it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's sort of there, and he's. I mean, he's watching you, so you couldn't just slip it on and walk away with it. But you
Oh
know,
yeah, I just want to. Would I? She would pick it up and
Mhm.
see if she feels anything.
um, just make an insight check actually on yourself, basically. It's hard to tell as you sort of you pick it up and slip it on. It does feel. I mean, it's a little cold to the touch. And even in the moments that you're wearing it, it doesn't seem to warm up very much. Um,
Would I
but
be able to? Would I be able to roll an Arcana on this thing?
yeah, what are you trying to discern?
I want to discern maybe like the I guess like the magical connections to the gods.
Yeah, absolutely. You can roll an Arcana. All right. Yeah, you're sort of looking at it, and as you're sort of looking and just sort of like the way one does when they're trying to, you know, induce magical effects, you're just sort of wiggling your fingers a little bit, and as you uh sort of almost make a grasping motion, you realize the light in the room dims a little bit, and you look up, and where your hand was pointing, there's a covered lantern that has started to flicker and almost go out. Um, and then you sort of open your hand, and it returns to normal. Hello.
I don't think
No?
any of that came through. You're pressing the wrong button.
Sorry, I forgot that I'm on push to talk. She'll immediately look over to the shopkeep and um ask how much this is.
I think I can go for that one's a little more interesting, so I'm going to say 40.
She'll just just because she's an ass, she'll be like, I'll do 35.
And you can feel free to make a persuasion check.
Ooh.
Nice.
Um, respectfully,
Yeah. Your mother was a
let's
hamster.
go with 40. And
Like
like
the minute she says, the
the
minute he
minutes
said,
that yeah, you sort of you give an unintended amount of menace in what you're saying, and he just shuts down right away.
yeah, the minute he says respectfully, she reaches into her purse and begins to count out 40 gold.
All right, so he'll take that and um, allow you to hold on to that, and he'll write up a receipt for the object. Um, and
What is it called again?
um, it is. I'm just trying to remind myself. Where are we? Uh, Here it is. Um, so if you didn't know about the religious connections, it would just be um, grasp of darkness, but it is the grasp of Anguinox. I will sort that all for you in a second.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a few other things still sitting there. There's the moon pendants, the sun pendant. There's the Stargazer's lens. There's a couple of cloaks of comfort there. The Surefoot boots are still sitting there. And the crystal magic detection, the band of distant whispers, the letters. Anyone else?
Can I look over at Atika as she's getting it and
Yeah.
say and like I'll just look at her and be like, "What does that thing do?"
She'll, describe her like experience with the light flickering.
As you're sort of saying that, Hirsig will actually sort of take a moment, and it'll take just like a copper coin and set it out on the desk, and then tap it, and it begins glowing with a brilliant light, and it just sort of pops out on the desk there. Just do your thing.
She will do her thing,
You sort of
holding out
reach
her hand.
and sort of like almost try and smother the light from a distance, and
Yeah.
even though it is magical, it is dispelled.
Wow.
Spooky.
Cool, right?
Billy's eyebrows go up, and she nods in approval. Enigmatic nod.
Yeah, and as you're sort of closing your hand, it flickers more and more, and then gets duller and duller, and then when you fully close it, it snuffs. And when you open your hand again, it is gone. It just doesn't relight or anything.
Based.
That does require attunement, but I'll say that if you want to, you can have attuned to it. Just
Awesome. Sounds good to me. I mean, she probably would have put it on right away, so the attunement will eventually.
I'm not worrying about the hour-long attunement process right now. We're not in a high-pressure situation.
Yeah.
He has fucking attuning goop that we smear on ourselves, and it lets us attune.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, there's a few other things still sitting there. If any of you are interested.
Can I, since I'm already looking at him, I'll say, what do the other two do?
The other two? Right.
Amulet.
And he sort of takes the amulets, and because the grasp is a wristband kind of thing, and then the other two are amulets. This one's I'm not entirely sure. Let me just. And he takes a moment. Sorry, I've very recently gotten these in, and he takes up a monocle and just sort of sets it in his brow there for a moment, and squints, and the monocle flashes for a moment. And he fixes it and puts it down. Picks up the other one. Monocle flashes, puts it down. So this one, warmth of the sun, or warmth of Marin, depending on your religious proclivities. It slowly heals you when you are in sunlight. And I believe it slightly empowers any healing that happens to you while you are in sunlight.
What about the other ones?
This one, and he sort of reaches over. This one. I actually have something else here. That actually has a similar effect. This one is perhaps a little less childish. And he sort of sort of ruffles around and then pulls out sort of a scruffy but well-loved looking stuffed bear that's no longer than about a foot, and sort of pops it down. Actually does about the same thing. This one here and this bear both allow pleasant dreams and protect you against incursions in your sleep.
I there's definitely a look towards him that he has a bear that protects his dreams. And then I just kind of nod. And that was the moon one or the bracelet that was that effect.
The moon. The
Okay.
bracelet is the darkness one that
Okay.
Atika already has.
That Atika already picked up. Got it.
Yeah, so there's a moonstone and a sunstone pendant.
Okay.
And yeah, respectively, they are moon and sun. And then there is there's a sort of a box that's got 2 cloaks in it, and then there's the boots, and then there's a sort of a little box of letters, and a little band there, and the Stargazer's lens and the crystal magic detection are still sitting there.
Pardon me, her sake.
Sorry,
Testing.
could you repeat?
Pardon me, Ursig. How much is the bear?
The bear. Always a lovely little thing. Let's go 25, because I like you.
Unfortunately, I spent most of my money on provisions already. I cannot afford it. But it seems like a nice deal for pleasant dreams. Thank you.
Well, do come back. Maybe it'll still be here. Real quick, I'm just curious, what's your deception modifier?
Hushaug?
Yeah. Deception or stealth, whichever you prefer.
Perception 0, stealth is 3.
Essentially, I'm asking, which would you use to hide your identity?
Oh, stealth.
All right. In which case, let me just real quick roll us something for his sake.
Excuse me.
Damn.
He's fucking dead.
He sort of looks at you for a moment, and then sort of thinks for a moment, and it takes him a couple seconds. It just sort of looks like he's about to halfway go into trying to sell another object to another member of the group. And he's just sort of looking at you, and he just keeps glancing back at you occasionally.
Okay, would I notice that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd get wary because I haven't been this far in a while, and
Yeah.
I'd probably move towards the door very slowly, without like making it egregiously obvious.
All right. Anyone else interested in anything? So we've got the crystal magic detection, the lens. Yeah.
As he clears out, and I'm immediately coming in curiosity, how much are those cloaks of comfort?
Yeah, cloaks of comfort. A cloak of comfort. He's just sort of sitting there. He's sort of turns towards you and is yes, sorry, cloaks. Let me just And he sort of pulls out what looks like a comfortable looking fur cloak. It's not super thick fur; it's sort of thinnish fur. But it looks like it would be sort of warmish, but also keep the sun off your back if you were in a hot area. And there's also some. If you sort of look into the sort of the seams, there's just some mild runic stitching.
Not gonna lie, I'm working with a little bit of a purse of 40 at max. What's this nice little thing you're looking at?
I think 30 sounds fair for one of these. We've got the two of them, and I imagine they're going to be quite popular come the sweltering summer heat.
That's definitely fair. Marching around out in the woodsies. You got yourself a deal. Well, start slapping down the 30 gold.
All right, and he will sort of hand it over and take the gold. All right. Anyone else? Any interest in any of the rest of the stuff?
My wallet is not interested.
All right. Out of curiosity, how much do you have on you at the moment?
I've got 67. I'm keeping an amount in the bank. It's kind of saving for something at the moment.
All right. Do you want to ask how much anything would be?
No, the thing that I really want that he has, I actually just realized I already have. It was the common item that I took. So.
Oh, did you take that one?
I have the crystal of magic detection.
Okay.
I was just curious what these two amulets did, so I was looking at them.
Okay.
Because Atika picked one up, so Billy was wondering if they were a good upgrade for the group as a whole.
Yeah. Malthon, it's quite a nice cloak. Some of the sort of weird knots in your back that are like weirdly cold or weirdly too hot because of your slight deformities are suddenly a little bit more comfortable.
Oh.
It cured your bad backism.
Bad backism. Yeah, the hunchbackism. Oh, that's really nice. Never had anything that was actually perfectly temp for that.
I don't think I've ever seen you stand up that straight.
I think it's got to be the best purchase I've made in a long time.
What about the potion thing that you got from Alendril?
Oh, with that, I figured I'd give it a test run on something a little more serious.
Give a nod. I go back to browsing.
Would you like to take a look at anything else? It's these things will probably go relatively quickly. If you want to put in a little bit of a deposit, if you're not currently in the position to purchase, I can hold on to one for you.
I'd recommend it. Don't beat the heat and all that. See all you sweltering in your cloaks.
Well, if that is everything, then thank you for coming. Hope you enjoy your purchases. Let me know how it goes if you come back through, and always getting new inventory in. And oh wait, have you? You came from Angie's, did you not?
Yeah.
Yep. She said hello.
Any of you who bought anything have cards?
Oh, right. She gave us a card.
Yeah, I have a card.
Me and
I didn't buy anything.
A bit of a deal. I mean, I've still got a stamp, and if you've bought anything from here, then and those of you who've purchased something, he will move out and put another stamp on your card.
Oh, double stamps.
Nice.
Yeah, Xiao Qiao will return to get his stamp. Very, very cautiously get his stamp.
Have you purchased anything?
Yeah, I bought a chef's utensil.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll give you the stamp. And as you sort of come up, he just sort of leans down. Would you wait a moment?
He looks around quietly and looks back up at him and kind of gives him a hard stare and then nods once.
Yeah, and so as the others sort of filter out, he just sort of takes the bear and slips it to you.
Oh. Xiao Xiao just looks at him and says, "Why? I don't have money to give you."
Let's just say neither of us are fans of cats.
And with that, I guess there'd be like some like slave like salutes, you know, like when they're freed slave salute. I guess whatever that is, he would use that when he's and gives a respectful nod.
Sort of a smile and a nod.
Yeah. And what was the bear called again?
It is the I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think it's the comfort bear, the one that I showed you. You've seen this item before, I believe, and I've put it in chat.
Okay.
In the Discord, but I'll pop all of the stuff in the real 20.
Ooh. Love a roll 20 handout.
I see it.
Yeah, I've not put everything there yet, but I'll just take a second to copy everything over. That, or I can just personally message each of the items you guys bought if you prefer that.
Whichever is easiest for you.
It'll take a little bit longer, but it'll be easier, and I won't have to send it. It'll mean I won't have to send it again later. So I'll put it in items.
Oh man, this thing is so fucking awesome.
So I trust you know what the comfort bear does, so you can just I'll leave that with you. You can sort that out yourself there.
Yeah.
And sort of coming into evening at this point. Did anyone want to do anything before they bed down for the night?
I am poring over Grandma's Alchemy Book of Illusions.
Yeah, you sort of pore over it, and as you're sort of, do you just like spend a while just looking at it and just marveling at the little illusions?
Marveling at the illusions, the smells, all that, like seeing all the various things that I have never seen.
Actually smell like the plant. And as you're sort of looking, there's like simulated wind blowing through them. And as you sort of tilt the book, it's almost like a lenticular lens kind of illusion, where you tilt it to one side and it's what it looks like in summer, and you tilt it to the other side and it's what it looks like in winter.
That is fucking awesome.
And like between the seasons, there's a variant of like, oh, this is when it's flowering, and you can see the flowers as they sort of grow and bloom in like very low frames a second, but it's still interesting.
I am spending way too much time with that book tonight and just fascinated to all hell, seeing everything that I can.
Yeah. And some of them even have like freeze frames of like a hummingbird drinking the nectar from it, or like a bee in the flower, or like a caterpillar eating the leaf.
Malthorn is
There's
already.
there's some very cool stuff going on.
These two purchases alone. My back doesn't hurt anymore, and this fucking book. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's a good time.
Anyone who sees Malthorn for the first time ever in his travels, he actually smiles.
Mm. Lovely. All right.
Can this Quill of Assistance, can it be used to write spells into my spellbook?
I'm gonna say flavor-wise, sure. You still have to give it the ink, the magic ink, because it's not magical ink. It's just magically produced ink. And it would be more like a flavor thing. Like you would still have to spend the time dictating to it what was happening, like the spell, and that kind of thing. But it could assist you in that thematically.
Okay, cool.
It wouldn't be able to completely replace you in the process, though.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's not, it's more of like a transcriber of what's currently happening rather than a sketch artist, and some of the runes are not going to be like, you don't pronounce some arcane runes, that they don't have phonetical pronunciations. So you would have to, you would have to just write those down yourself. But it would certainly make such things a little less RSI inducing.
Cool.
All right. No one bought the Band of Distant Whispers. No one bought the Expeditious Letters. We have Grasp of Darkness, or Grasp of Anquinox, for turn off the dark mode that makes it impossible to read. There we go. Do people care about having their magic items displayed to everyone, or do you just want to have it displayed to yourself?
I don't
Unless
mind.
it's like
I don't care.
backstory specific.
All right, yeah. No, unless it's like inherently something that I'm like, oh, obviously you'd want that to be hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beyond obviously secret things.
Cool.
Magical codpiece of false bulging.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the first thing that came to.
Yeah. And feel free to, I don't know, roleplay or whatever while I'm writing this stuff up. You don't have to.
Oh yeah, where are we staying, by the way?
There's a few different options, but probably there's the Feathered Cat, which is a sort of a middling inn, but it is the highest class inn that is available to non-elves. And it's a pretty good little place. And there's the Reticent Rabbit, which is sort of poorer and really more of like a converted house kind of thing. And it's not it's definitely not expensive or luxurious. It's more like kind of going to stay with your grandma if you had to pay for it.
I mean, Atika would probably go to the cheapest place that has a bar.
Yeah, there is a bar at the Reticent Rabbit. They don't have any like expensive or particularly strong spirits. It's mostly just beer and ale and the like. But it is available.
Yeah, her instinct before bedding down is to go get a drink.
All right, yeah, you can absolutely do that. And they're decent drinks, if a little bit bitter and perhaps a little stronger than you're used to being, but they're good.
Also, she would invite anyone in the party that wants to come with her to have a drink.
Oh, drink sounds nice.
And a drink alone. I'm coming with you.
I don't drink, but I'll be happy to join you for company if that is okay.
I mean, no one's gonna say no, Scotty. Come on.
You see squatty.
Oh, I suppose. Under his breath, he's like, "Oh fuck! I have to drink with the pores."
How under your breath? I've got good ears.
You are trouble.
Kind of subtle, kind of not.
You're in the back and I'm in the front, and I probably don't turn around.
You'd hear him say, depending on your positioning, you'd either hear half of it or hear that he said something but not what.
Yeah, probably hear that he said something, not what, don't turn around, just not worth it, my time.
Squint.
Yeah. All right, there you go. I think that's all the items that you guys bought, right? Swift stride boots, grasp of Anganox, quill of assistance, and cloak of comfort. And Flinks, you've got the beer already, so
Yep.
I won't bother with that if that's all good.
Yep, I'm good.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Mm. Alrighty.
Stepping for that good drink.
So, unless you guys want to do anything specific, a good drink and depending on how much hay fever you get, perhaps a slightly sneezy sleep later, because the beds in the Reticent Rabbit are made out of packed hay with cloth sort of over them, because cheap.
Just like home.
But yeah, they're otherwise comfortable. I mean, the hay is dry, the cloth is relatively clean. It's probably as luxurious as you might expect from, a farmer grandma doing their best kind of thing.
I respect it.
Yeah. Yeah, and each of your rooms has like a little cookie and a half glass of milk as you enter it. I'd say I don't know how you guys want to do rooms, but let's say it's let's say 2 silver each.
Are they all single rooms? Or is it cheaper to get double rooms?
They're they can be single room. You can have single or double. It's up to you.
Is it either cheaper?
I'd say you could do 3 silver for 2 people in one room.
I think
So
having gotten drunk, I think having definitely gotten drunk first and getting room second,
Yeah.
I would offer to share with, I guess, the only other lady with Atika. It's cheaper rooms. Ugh, my head. Let's go to bed.
You probably had what 5 silver worth of gold, 5 silver worth of drink.
Oh, easily.
Oh yeah.
If not much more.
Yeah. We'll just bring it up to a nice even 7, so that it's we can pop it up to just 1 whole gold for drinks in your room.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, you're probably awake with a little bit of a hangover. Yeah, and yeah, but yeah, those of you who drank a bit wake up with a bit of a hangover. Anyone, I'd say, yeah. Assuming you have a nap with your bear there.
Shag Chill names his bear. He names his bear Oakchill. And he says, "Wake up." And the bear animates, and then it hugs his chest, and he goes to sleep with it.
Alrighty. I believe you have to sleep with it the night over before that happens, but yes.
No, it doesn't animate. Well, he says, yeah, it says to begin the process, he calls it Oakchill, and says, "Wake up." To attend with it.
Yeah. And you gotta have a nap with it first. But once you do so, it will have a wake up. Yeah. So yeah, you wake up in the morning. And y'all are, some of you are not feeling great, some of you are feeling pretty decent. But yeah. You guys can go and collect your gold.
150 gold.
Yeah. 150, and spread that as you will. I'm assuming it's going, what, 30 each?
Yes, even splits.
Wanted back for the cloak.
All right. Did anyone want to do anything else?
Yeah. I will definitely go and get one of those cloaks now. Says 20? 30.
30 each. So yeah, and you guys got 30 gold each, and
Yeah.
the cloak was, I think, 25.
Okay. So yeah, Shag Chill will buy a cloak as well.
All right, you can do that, and you get your second stamp. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, your third stamp. Yeah.
I'll be taking in the sights until we have to meet up with our benefactor.
You guys are actually going to meet Alendril in Malin, which is on the other side of the swamp.
And we still have time.
Mm-hmm.
You still have a bit of time. Like if you were going on a slow pace, you probably wouldn't make it. And
Oh.
you make, like, it is. But
I thought
like,
we
if
determined that we could make it if we slow pace, like even if we slow pace the whole time. Well, before
if you
left.
slow pace most of the way,
Oh.
like, you would need to go medium for like the last quarter or so.
Gotcha.
Actually, no. Let me double check. I think. Where do we go? I'm trying to remember my notes. Yeah. So it would take you 10 days on foot if you were going normal pace, and then 16 on. So you would basically, the last day you'd just have to hoof it. If you were going, you could go a slow pace for the whole trip, except for like the last day or two. And then so long as you were going medium or fast pace on those last days, then you would be fine. Because he's given you 15 days.
With me. Good time.
Yeah. Yeah, so you effectively have 5 of those days to do as you wish, but about half of that has already been spent with your traveling.
Okay. So
a slow pace.
having painstakingly done this math on a piece of borrowed paper,
Mhm.
I will look to the group, who I assume we're all gathered around a breakfast table, much like a
Yeah.
popular modern family.
Mhm.
And I say, so my math says if we don't beat around the bush, we have 5 days kind of to play with. I say we take maybe 2 of those, see if there's anything in the surrounding area that's worth turning in a bounty on, and try and get it done in those 2 days. That gives us 2 days to go out to wherever it is, 2 days to get back, and 1 day to spare.
You need to get to Melian still.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's depending on how fast you're traveling, be
Right.
3-4 days.
If we do the max days at fast speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Atika's gonna come around your
If you
shoulder
do
and just
all
kind of
those,
look at the math.
yeah. Yeah. So you guys probably you've spent that at. Sorry, my brain's fucking dead. You have about 5 days left.
We have 5 days left total. Okay.
Yeah. And you have like 3 or 4 in which you need to get to Million.
All right. Well, then let's just fucking leave, and we can go slow the whole time.
Hey,
We don't have to push it for those of us who are handicapped in the height department. That's in character.
you fucking break your knee and give you the same speed, you fucking slouch.
Do it.
Sure, slow us all down even more.
Alright, fine, that's it. I'll be scouting ahead, you fucking slow, grumpy bitch. I'm gonna go get me some cookies. I don't need to deal with this bullshit this morning.
As soon as he leaves, I turn to the rest and I say, looks like we have a forward scout. Got that taken care of.
Before we leave, could I have everybody contribute a little bit of funds to provisions so we have some fresh ingredients for food? Not much, just like some silver.
You hear some from behind you, like, catch, and I'll throw like 10 gold at you.
That's probably more than enough.
I kind of side eye and mumble, I'm gonna get my own rations.
I probably could hear that.
No, yeah, you hear it. It's a little like uncomfortable. It's not like bitchy. It's like
After Billy says that, Shagtail says, "I understand that you can get rations. I was talking about getting fresh meat to put in the chest for preserving, so that we could have steaks and such while we're on the trail."
Oh.
now that you mention it, and I pull out 5 gold. I did find this in my pocket just now.
Thank you. I will see about gathering a bunch of meat for us and see if they have any fresh vegetables to put in the chest, and that way we'll have fresh provisions while we're on the trail.
And I'm gonna see about that 5 gold worth of steak.
Yeah,
I passed,
I'll make sure to make a set aside a spot that says this is Billy's meat. Okay, fair.
I nod.
I pass a couple gold your way.
Okay, so I have 17 gold total. For 1 second, doing math. Excuse me, sorry.
Math is making him sicker.
45.
He's dying.
Okay. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna buy lots and lots of meat and see how much weight can that chest hold. Because we're not really too worried about stuffing the chest with preserved materials right now.
Not right now.
Yeah, so we're just gonna pack it full of food.
Eggs.
Yeah, eggs. Fucking eggs. Okay, it holds 25 pounds of food within 2.5 feet by 1.5 feet wide and 1 foot tall.
You don't actually need to preserve eggs because they don't scrape off the protective coating.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we
I'd
just
still
have
rather keep the eggs in there just because they're fragile. But yeah,
yeah. Well, I mean, I can keep the
Yeah,
eggs safe
yeah.
because we have that comforter that we got from Angie. They're nice and safe in that. Anyways, yeah, I'll buy I'll buy 25 pounds worth of meat and vegetables, preferably like probably about 10 pounds, 15 pounds of meat and 10 pounds of vegetables.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I would say the meat per pound, let's go 5 silver, vegetables 2.5 silver.
So that's not even a goal. I have.
I'm assuming you're just getting like decent value for money meat rather than like expensive nice meat.
Yeah, I mean, good quality meat.
I mean,
Because they
it's
give me a ton of
decent
money.
quality. It's just not like the best cuts.
Yeah, it's not the best cuts, but not the worst cuts.
Yeah.
Definitely good cuts.
Like you're not getting fucking like ribeye and
Porterhouse.
back
what's the
You're
equivalent of a New York?
you're getting like rump and that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
it's good.
Rump and pig knuckles and
So-
that good stuff.
What is a New York style steak called in this world?
I don't fucking know. What is a New York style steak?
That's basically a loin.
Yeah, a loin. Yeah.
All right, asked and answered.
Tried and true, baby.
So you said it's 7.5 silver total. So 8 silver, 5 copper. All right. So and I have to make a note. 15 of this copper is for provisions for the team. So that way, or 14 of this copper or gold, 14 gold, food provisions, money. There we go. That way I don't actually dip into it because I'm not a dick.
If you want, you can get like some real nice spices for like, let's say, 5 gold, and they're like proper expensive foreign spices that'll be very nice.
Yeah, that's Billy's cut.
But yeah, all right.
Okay, so now we're down to 9 gold. That's fine. So Billy, you gotta have some fucking nice meat on the trail today or this week.
Yeah, they're like Dandrasan spices, and there's like a little bit of saffron in there, some like specially like crossbred garlic, that kind of thing.
Oh, you said spices too and meat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we be styling.
Sorry.
We be styling.
All right. So yeah, if you guys want to continue on your way,
We'll make sure to procure 2 big bags of cookies from the inn.
alrighty. Yeah, you can do that. I'd say let's just go a gold for two decent sized bags of cookies.
I'm totally throwing down for that, and I give him an extra gold for the nice homie inn.
Nice. Yeah, the gnomish individual running the place, Effie, gives you a nice smile and a big old thank you.
Do I get more stamps on my card for buying provisions?
From
I guess we're wherever. I guess they're not part of the stamp card thing. Okay.
no,
Never mind.
no. That's just a Hersig and Angie thing.
Gotcha. Just Harsig and Angie. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hersig doesn't supply food.
Yeah, he's general supply, general supply, not food,
Yeah.
not perishables.
Yeah. but yeah. So the first question I have is, do you guys want us? Do any of you think you might be familiar with this area?
Not more than having passed through it, like perhaps on a job.
I don't think I've been this far west.
Anyone have even any vague familiarity with the the climate and sort of where the swamp might start and what might be an issue there?
I mean,
Say,
I'm probably familiar with
you have any
swamps. I'm just not familiar with this particular region.
thoughts?
Probably
Yeah.
at most only rumors, not experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said,
Although,
maybe passed through one
yeah,
time.
Malthon, you're definitely a little bit you're. Do you have a similar but negative a similar but negative obsession with Rogolosh that you do with Gromix, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I would love to capture one, would love to get rid of one. At the same time, though, fuck those things that they're fucking task and a half. Though I'd love to get my chance at one. Definitely in the very negative ballpark, because it's like, how do you deal with something that is like so fucking adaptable and such a dickhead?
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, you would know that the swamp starts maybe about a couple days into your travel, like a day or two. Let me check.
So as we start approaching
Yeah,
like the more hostile
there's about
territory,
40 miles of swamp.
as we
So
start
about half
approaching,
of your journey to Malayan. Sorry, continue.
no, sorry, my bad. As we start approaching the more hostile territory, I'd start distributing my my chef treats for people that have temporary hit points. So I guess
Alright.
to Billy and Atika. So you
Alright.
get temporary hit points equal to my proficiency modifier, which is 2 temporary points.
Alrighty. Just out of curiosity, you guys going slow, medium, fast?
Low, because we can.
Alright.
Cautious
So
because
if
it's
anyone
swamp.
wants to do anything, like look for ingredients or look for anything specific, feel free. Let me know if you want to.
Shalg is going to be focusing on keeping an eye out for hostile terrain or hostile
Yeah.
entities.
This is not
yeah.
my specialty area of stuff, but I will keep an eye out just, I guess, for anything.
You're not quite hit
there.
the swamp yet.
Yeah. Oh, if we haven't yet
It's
hit
still
the
kind
swamp,
of
then
like,
I'm looking for my fave
Yeah.
plant.
Alright. Yeah, feel free and make a survival check. Try
Absolutely.
and find some.
Survival 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you do find like a small patch.
Oh ho ho.
As you're sort of heading in this direction, you're getting out of the latitude in which what you're looking for is common, but you do find a small patch. So feel free to make the nature or herbalism.
Right, I can't use my alchemist supply, so nature. Ooh, that's actually really good. 22 total.
Do you have that in Dill Lab? Because I don't think you do.
Oh,
at
I'm
the
sorry.
moment.
That was the wrong.
Yeah.
That should have been +2, not +5. That's a 19. I clicked the
Okay.
wrong thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, no, you're good. Yeah, no, you do manage to harvest. I'm gonna say 3 units.
Yes, excellent.
I'm taking advantage of that and keeping a medium pace to try and stay a little bit ahead, pig-headed and scouting. Be looking
Alright.
for heart bloom as well.
Yeah, feel free to make a survival roll to see if you can spot any.
18.
Yeah, I'd say you do spot just the one bush. It's struggling a little bit in the far wetter soils here. But yeah, feel free to make a check. Remind me, what's its potency again?
The let's see. I got the harvest DC of 14. I need to double check the potency.
Oh, just harvest DC. It's fine.
Yeah, 14. So
Okay, yeah.
grab
So
with
feel
my
free to roll
herbalism kit.
herbalism, because you've got herbalism, I believe.
Yes. Damn it.
All right, yeah, you kind of fuck it up a little bit. It was already on its last legs, and you're fumbling it a little bit, and you just kind of destroy it.
Yikes.
All right. Yeah, because even with a double proficiency, it's still 14. It destroys it. Fucking. I mumble under my breath and I curse Billy, even though she's definitely not here. I blame her for my frustration.
So bullshit.
All right, so yeah, as you guys are going on, I would say because you're ahead of the group, you notice it first there. Malthun, the swamp is coming up, and it looks pretty full in terms of water. And you're sort of looking, and honestly, you wouldn't be surprised if some of the road would just washed out or sunken into the swamp. Especially with no one really going through to maintain it with the sturge issue. Yeah. Do you want to do anything as you're approaching it? It's probably around about mid-afternoon.
Since I'm a bit ahead and I have a little bit of a chance to have the lay of the land.
How far ahead do you want to be?
I feel like a mile's not ridiculous because you guys could cover that time.
Yeah. So like what, like 10, 20 minutes?
Yeah. Keep it like a good 10, 20 minute gap.
Yeah.
You guys probably see like the butchered heart bloom and like little remnants of it being tossed everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like someone played She Loves Me Not with the heart blue.
I don't think I placed it in here, but I would activate a primeval awareness. Curious to the circumstance, the starting edge.
Remind me what that does.
I will post it straight since I did that, and then I will add it in. Forgot to plot that in. But, for 1 mile, able to sense whether aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead are present within 1 mile of you. Or
okay, within 1 mile?
Yeah.
And that's any particular creatures and not necessarily the influence or anything like that, right?
Yes, just the creatures themselves.
Within 1 mile of you,
I don't know exactly where they are, but I just know vaguely within a mile's reach.
And you're what, at the very edge of the swamp?
Yes.
Or have you gone into it a bit?
I would probably go a little bit into it just so I could try and get a better read.
Okay.
I'd be a little bold.
Yeah, you would pick up that there's a minor draconic presence.
I see.
That could be a myriad of things, but that's good to know.
Atika will be looking for pipeweed.
Absolutely. You can make a survival check to try and have a look for that.
Alrighty.
This is not really the environment in which it will be found, but there's a small chance that you might find like a... Yeah, no, this place is... The ground is sodden and wet. this is a high humidity environment, and it's like sort of coming up on the end of winter kind of time. So it's not it's probably not going to be around here. This would definitely be more sort of around your homeland kind of area in which this would be more common, particularly around sort of like the Roltan side. It's definitely more of like a more tropic kind of plant than in the area that you're in at the moment. But yeah, you do not find any. But yeah, as you guys are sort of moving closer towards the swamp, do you return to the group, Malthan?
I would probably stick to where I'm at and just kind of plank down for a cookie and a drink with my tankard.
All right. What's your passive perception, real quick?
Probably not high enough, but how's a 16 do you?
Let me check. Not good enough.
I'm oblivious eating my cookie.
Yeah. I'd say you, yeah. No, you don't notice anything.
I guess well, Shag is following the trail. He would see a Tifa coming back, and I'm kind of aware of what Billy and the other ranger are doing. What are you looking for?
Glad you've caught up, but also kind of sense in the area there's something draconic around, so I'm not sure exactly what, but definitely keep your eyes peeled.
If you want, you could make a nature check, Malfa, to think about like what might be around, theoretically.
I will try, as I kind of stare at the swamp, previous contemplated cooking. 15.
You're just sort of looking around, and for a moment, what you see is a forked twig, and it reminds you, oh, right. And you sort of, in your mind's eye, you remember that there are such things as Maya drakes. They are technically dragons, they're lesser dragons, and they are drakes in that they are like basically large dog-sized dragons. And they're not especially intelligent, they're more bestial really than anything. But they are known to sort of swim and lurk in the swamp water, and spit acid. So it would make sense that there would be a few around. They're definitely something you would probably want to avoid if you can. But you reckon you could probably take one or two of them if all of you were together without, massive issue. Sort of three would be pushing it. 4 would be maybe you want to run.
Tough muggers. At the same time, don't fucking get
But the good news is they usually don't hunt in groups of larger than 2.
So you'd have to do something really fucking stupid to get that many.
Yeah, you would either be very stupid or very unlucky if you were to encounter that many. Yeah,
Stumble upon a Meyer Drake orgy or something.
I know. Yeah. definitely recommend. As much as I would love to be scouting ahead,
Yeah.
not entirely the
Usually
best idea.
they hunt in their mating pairs. But sometimes, if there's a juvenile or like a sort of a recently ascended to adult child, then maybe they might hunt in larger numbers. But usually it's just in pairs. And you already know there are other threats here as well.
Oh yes, it's a carnival of fun out here.
Mm-hmm.
I am not going too far ahead anymore. Not the spot to be caught out.
All right. So I'll say probably at this point the others catch up with you at the edge of the swamp, and it is sort of late afternoon, early evening at this point.
So, definitely recommend to watch.
Like you can see the sun, but it's starting to crest the edges of the mountains.
Should we move on to the mountain a bit more so we get away from the swamp?
That would be leaving the road, but you could try and skirt the edge of the swamp.
At least if we're gonna make camp.
Probably. I'll see if I can find any clear spots.
I can
But
help
that
you with
does
that.
also mean that if you were to become injured or lost, and you're more likely to become injured or lost out in the wilds, no one would be able to find you.
Yeah.
I don't have to go too far. Just take the loop, use the mountain terrain to make it less problematic for a Meyer Drake to stumble on us or something.
That would be like 10 miles off road.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
never mind.
Cutting through the heart.
Yeah, then I know better. We'll stay on the road.
I mean,
See
you
them
can
coming
if
at
you
least.
want to, but you would be 10 miles off road.
Yeah, we can stay. We can see them coming then.
Alright. Let's find a spot solid enough. Nobody likes being a fucking posh candy because they've got to keep fucking watch tonight.
You guys can still keep moving for like another couple of hours if you want to.
That won't hurt.
Yeah, keep moving until we hopefully find or procure a spot safe enough, fair quote.
So you going along the road, or do you want to like find another direction?
I would stick to the road.
Yep, stay to the road.
Also, I don't know if we talked about this. We might have, but I assume we're just hand waving the fact that the homunculus servant that I made is still following us, just vibing.
I'm gonna say it's a little bit behind. It's trying to keep up. His little tottery legs.
Yeah, I mean, you could have just put it on the rickshaw.
Is that what we did?
We never said anything about it.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
we can say he's on the rickshaw.
Yeah, we just ride in the rickshaw with Declan.
Because I have a vague recollection of maybe him being on the rickshaw, so that works.
It can be there, and he's just kind of jostling, and you hear like the clanking of, just like the clinking of rocks and stone, as his sort of parts clunk into each other.
Hey, Atika.
Yes.
Is there a way that we could muffle your homunculus a little bit? Because it tends
He's made
to make
of
a lot
rocks.
Maybe we could wrap it in like cloth or something.
Wrap him.
Yeah, Tico. Why didn't you make him out of something softer?
I don't know. I guess I thought talc would have been like.
No, I'm not.
A little bit useless.
I am not detracting from your work. It's a fascinating creation. I'm just saying that if we're trying to be secretive or avoid notice, it draws notice because it makes noise.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, we are now because we're
Stopping noises.
Yeah, I mean, all of us are. Almost everybody's wearing heavy armor.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we're
You
all
have
making
a
clanking
rickshaw.
noises.
There's
And then
no.
also scale mail, shink, shink, shink.
Yeah. There's
But that's
not.
what he
That's
that's
not
what
a
he
thing.
notices. That's what he
Yeah,
notices.
you guys are just a bag of pots and pans at the moment. It's a bit futile.
That's what his ear picks up out of all the din.
Bling, 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 bling.
Well, I'm not loud as he's wrapped up in a blanket riding on the rickshaw, puffing his pipe.
All right. Yeah, so you guys go like a couple of hours into the swamp, and then sort of if you want to, do you want to make like a survival check to try and find like a good spot to camp?
Yes.
Can we
Sure.
Yeah,
all
the
together
road
contribute
itself-
to that?
Yeah, the road itself has been deliberately like hardened and raised above the actual water tables. But if you want to find a place that's off the road to camp, then yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd like to stay on the road just because it makes it easier for the rickshaw. But
I mean to camp, not
no, yeah.
to travel.
Yeah. Yeah, probably would.
Sort of after looking around, you're just sort of less intuitively and more just like intelligently with your understanding of the flow of water and how that kind of works. You're just sort of looking around, and you sort of just sort of follow your eye on a little bit of a trail, and you eventually find what looks like just like a raised flat area that should be good unless there's a stupid amount of rainfall tonight.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna, relay this to the party. Do we want to camp?
Yeah.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah. That's maybe like 50 feet off the road.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Let's
Like,
go.
so you have to go up to like your ankles and muck to get there, but you can get there.
Ah.
Awesome.
I skillfully avoid it. How? You don't see.
Mm-hmm.
Why the fuck you stepping on my head?
But you didn't see it.
I knew it was you.
You can never prove it, though.
That's right, but I'll still blame you.
All right. So, yeah, as you guys are setting up camp, I don't know if you guys have tents or whatever.
Yes.
You like try and set up a fire and try and dry out some of the damp wood here.
Yes.
Just real quick, who would be gathering the wood?
I will
Be
set up
survival.
tent and then get wood.
Alright, go
get
ahead.
us some wood as well.
Atika would
All
probably
right,
start
Billy,
gathering.
as you're sort of looking around and sort of getting some of the branches that are more like stuck in the trees that haven't fallen down to the sodden floor, and you guys are each sort of finding various things. I'm going to say Malthon, because you rolled the highest. What you notice is as you're sort of finding you're finding like a bunch of little bits of kindling that have sort of got stuck in the crooks of trees. You look down and you see the sort of pile of sticks, and it's weird. You sort of reach and you pick it up, and it's like it's bound together with twine. And then as you sort of take a greater look at it and kind of squint and use your low light vision, it's like a stumpy little twig doll.
What the hell?
And it's got like a beard made of scraggly little plant fibers, and it's got just like a slightly lumpy hunched back. It's hard to tell whether that's intentional or not, but it's a little eerily familiar.
bring that back. You definitely want to keep your eyes out tonight.
And I will say, Billy, you come back and find one that is similar but eerily familiar to yourself, as does Xiao Qiao.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that makes for good kindling, but it's unsettling.
Dude, I don't. So what the fuck is the deal with these things again? I know you said it, but like I don't listen all the time when you talk.
Well, that's because your
they
ears are
make-
so far up your ass. But anyway.
They make little dolls of us, and it's a bad thing. And
Malthon, if you want, you can make a history check.
I would like to, yes.
It's creepy. I mean, it's probably not an animal. That's how much. Yeah, it's creepy. Probably not an animal. That's about as much as you know.
Feel like somebody else be living around here. Seems like a bit much. What's a Roglosha thing?
Oh, and probably not friendly.
Yeah. So Roglash, one of us would be gone. This.
You know Roglosh don't make things.
Yeah. Also, like I assume, somebody would probably be dead.
Yeah.
Think somebody else be living out here, and not the savory kind, if you catch my, intuition.
Well, there's not much we can do about it besides protect ourselves and make camp. Or we can always, just force it, rush through the swamp. But that's just asking for trouble.
I think we should try to be as respectful as possible.
Yeah, which we are. We haven't been doing anything to disrupt the swamp besides, gathering firewood.
So does anyone want to do anything before you guys settle down for the night?
I would like to establish watch order. I will take
Alright.
second watch.
I'll do first.
I'm doing third.
I will also do third watch.
Also, making sure once everyone's in the perimeter, doing some alarm.
I will have.
Alright.
I will have
So
the wolf.
who's on which watch? We'll say.
I will have Rug help out with the second watch.
I
So
can also
who's
do
the
alarm.
second?
Do we want to kind of work together that way to
Extend the
make
perimeter.
sure we're protected better?
Yeah, I feel
What's
like
the
that's
area? What's the area alarm can affect?
20-foot cube, so 4x4.
Okay. And do you exclude any creatures from it? Like what? Like tiny beasts or something? Or
Pretty much. Tiny beasts, rouge, crow, donkey. Maybe tiny homunculus.
No,
I mean,
yeah, that would ring to the
assuming
donkey.
specifically your companions, but I mean, like, do you want it to go off if like a squirrel comes through a tree above you, kind of thing?
For Maltharn, he would. Just out of paranoia for his own. Just like
that better be an in your head alarm.
It is.
Declan will,
You can make it audible if you wanted to. That's
no, I think I would do mental alarm as well. But just anything that anything large enough that I think it could do us significant harm. Like if Maltharn described the
The Rogalash?
yeah, something that size.
Yeah, that would. So basically, what? Anything larger than tiny?
Yeah.
All right. So, like, you don't want to bother if it's like a mouse or something.
Correct.
Or like a rat.
But you know, at the same time, there could be poisonous shit. So, but yeah, I'll go larger than tiny.
All right. Cool. So you guys are bedding down for the night. Who's on first watch?
I am.
All right. You do not have dark vision as a halfling. So do you have any light
But
source?
I will use my Reggie's senses to see 120 feet of dark vision.
Your what now, senses?
My familiar, Reggie.
Oh, right. Yes, you
I
can
will-
get your owls. Sort of
I will zoom
on
in
and
his
sort of
eyeballs.
you just sort of have him sitting on your shoulder and just security camming it up.
Yeah, it's something we've done a lot. So
Yeah.
it was a little weird at first making the adjustments, but
Yeah, and also because you're a halfling, like he is about half your size.
So you're using your owl CCTV. Heard. Woohoo!
Just like just head swiveling to one side, and then swiveling back around, swiveling back around, swiveling back around, just scanning like that for the whole night, basically.
yeah. So would I use his perception check?
Yes.
And you have advantage on that, if I recall correctly, because now.
I think so. Let me. I've got the sheet here. Keen hearing and sight. Yes, I do have advantage.
Wow.
Yeah, owls are awesome.
Yeah.
So
By the way, what did you guys do with those little twig dolls?
I burnt mine.
Sorry.
Said it was great kindling.
All right. So as you throw it on the fire, just make me a real quick wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
You take 1 fire damage.
I immediately kick it out of the fire.
It's immediately consumed in the fire, but yeah, like you can kick it out, but it's just like it's basically like a twig and some ash at this point.
I fucking hate shitty magic. This is some witches bullshit. I'm calling it now.
Chow copies Billy, and throws his
And-
fetish in the fire.
Yeah, make a wisdom.
No, don't. Oh.
All right, you sort of definitely feel like a burning sensation creeping up the back of your neck. And there's, you know, when you hear like the sound of water escaping from wet wood as it burns, it sounds almost a little bit like hissing or screaming.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of that going on.
Mm.
Foul magic. Spits on the ground.
Told you.
But nothing that seems enormously unusual. It's just a little weird.
Except I got burnt
and-
from a statue in the.
Well, hey,
Where was
it would have
my
it would have
burn?
ate into your temporary hit points though. So
I don't think. Oh yeah, it would have. So it's just like a. You wouldn't have really felt it so much as just felt like uncomfortably warm for a second. Like it, yeah. There wouldn't be like a physical mark on your body, but you would have felt like a burn for a second. And who else? We've got Malthan. Malthan, what are you doing with your Twiggy doll?
I'm gonna hold on to my. Oh god.
sorry.
You holding on to it?
Yeah, I'm holding on to mine.
All right. Got it. And like in a bag or just holding it?
In my backpack.
All right, got it.
I secretly put a cookie in its hand.
Okay. Cool. So, Declan, as you're sort of keeping an eye out, have you guys like keep the fire going for warmth and that kind of thing?
Definitely.
And light for the person on watch.
Yeah. So, what you do notice, Declan, through Reggie's eyes, is as the night darkens, it gets like properly pitch black apart from your fire. And you do notice the occasional little firefly floating around. But what does catch your attention more notably is that you see what looks like almost like the light of a hooded lantern that is just sort of sweeping around, maybe about 100 feet off in the swamp. And there's like maybe another two in another direction.
I'll note that, and if it gets closer, does the light look like it's coming towards us or away or staying steady?
It's
Or...
kind of like sweeping in maybe like a 45 to 90-degree arc, and it is moving in the direction that it is sweeping. And it's just sort of looking around, and then occasionally you'll hear a splash of water, but it's a little far off to specifically spy what is going on.
All right. I'm not going to go investigate because, if it comes towards us, then, we'll deal with it. But if it's staying away, then not too concerned. But when I go to wake Billy, I will let her know what I saw.
All right. So you go. Your watch goes. I will say one thing that you do notice through Reggie's eyes is what momentarily looks like just a patch of algae or swamp weed. Is sort of just twists and then disappears below the surface of the water, maybe about 50 feet away from your camp. And you notice again a little bit later somewhere else. It does the same thing.
All right, I'll add that to the list of, I saw something like bobbing and swimming around in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then before I go to bed, I will tell Reggie to help whoever is on watch.
All right. Cool.
They're a fey creature and don't need to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. Faye would have been present when you did your thing, Malthan.
Ah.
Because
familiars.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't know if Malthan knows that it's a familiar, but whatever. Yeah. But yeah, so other than that, your watch goes more or less without incident. Actually, I'm going to say your watch more or less goes without incident. And when you sort of come back to your own senses, you sort of shake yourself for a moment, and your hands are sort of clasp in your lap or whatever, as you're sort of coming back to your own senses.
Yeah.
As you feel something in your hand, you look down, and there is a small doll wrapped in scrappy reed cloth.
I will throw that shit in the fire.
All right, make a wisdom saving throw. you manage to stave off the effects, but you feel like this really, when you're really sick and you feel like a hot burning sensation up your spine. It's like that for the moment that the twig burns, that the twig fetish burns, and has that sort of hissing noise of water escaping from burning wood.
Okay, as I wake Billy up, I'm like, what the fuck is up with these like twig people? Like I was, my eyes were in Reggie, and then they weren't, and then some weird thing in my hand.
It could have happened at any point from basically your entire watch of 2-3 hours.
Right. Well, I still have like my sense of touch. It's just sight and hearing that go.
Yeah, I know. You just weren't focusing on it at the time.
Okay.
That's weird and strange. It also burned me when I threw my thing mine into the fire.
I definitely got warmer, but didn't seem to harm me.
I guess that begs the question: how aware are we of our temp HP? Like, what does that feel like?
You feel like a little bit more bolstered, and just like a little bit more hearty. Like you definitely feel like you could take on a little bit more.
It's like that scene in Big Trouble in Little China.
I don't think I've seen that.
Oh,
Where they
man.
have the trouble?
No, it's where they drink their potion with egg.
Oh,
Their egg
God.
shen. The potion. Good. I have a very positive outlook on how this is going to be. Yeah, man, I feel like nothing's bad's going to happen.
By the way, with the nature of the alarm spell, because there are 5 of you, someone has to be outside of it. So who would that be?
What? They have 2, so they make it a bigger area.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You each have 1. Right, got it.
I
you're
would
fine.
be on the initial outside then.
And it's 20 on each side. It's not just 4 squares.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. I misunderstood. Right.
Yes,
Well,
I mean one of them covers 400.
Second watch.
I am taking second watch.
Billy is on the second watch.
Hello.
Also, Rug is helping.
All right. Rug does have to take a nap at some point, but he can help if you want him to for one of the watches.
Yeah.
He's after the first one.
You mean the second one?
No, he wasn't awake for the first watch.
Yeah. So
Rug is helping
with
the second watch only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's stalking around, just the thing, and keeping an ear out.
All right. So, yeah. Do we want to get a perception? Because you're getting helped by Rug in that, so feel free to make it with advantage there, Billy, as you're keeping watch.
Excellent. I also have heightened senses, so my hearing and smell are also enhanced.
Yeah.
Beyond so good sight and also good
Yeah.
other stuff.
There's
It's not
definitely like a
reflected in
lot
the...
of there's definitely a lot of insect noise going on. But yeah, with that natural 20, I'll say you do notice as as you're sort of looking around, with the smelling the air and just of listening, you do hear the slightest, like the sound of almost like the sound of like a sheet of cloth being shaken. and it is sort of behind you, kind of like on the other side of the camp. And as you turn, you rather quickly notice that there appears to be a large bat-like, mosquito-like creature that has just landed on Malthine as he is sleeping. And you look up and you see there's several more that are moving towards him.
And the alarm didn't go off for the 20 feet that it came down on him?
It is a tiny creature.
There's two that Declan's would have not gone off, but Malthorn said I kept mine tiny.
Okay. In which case it would have gone off Malthorn, and you sort of wake up as you feel almost like just this slight like damp warmth clamp around the side of your body.
I don't even get. I don't see it coming at all with a natural 20.
Actually, yeah, no, you would see it coming. It's not like getting a surprise or anything. It's just it is getting quite close.
I mean, I will immediately yell, "It's the what's up thing that you said, Malthard! Everybody, the fuck up!" And I'm like pulling my heavy crossbow from where it was laying against my knee. I'm not a great shot, but I will shoot at it. Yeah, no, the scary mosquito monster thing, I'm waking everybody up. I don't give a shit.
Blood sucking.
So, yeah, I will move you guys over to a map and have you roll initiative.
I'm glad I didn't take away the tiny creatures thing.
FBI, open up!
I'm just going to put a little mark on this one so I know it's the initiative sturge.
Oh god.
Oh, come on, roll for all of them.
Oh god. I'm gonna die.
Attica, you there?
Back, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I spaced out for a second.
And I can technically use Lucky on that initiative check, because
Yes, you can.
it is a skill.
Lucky is such a great racial.
Makes not having the dark vision worth it.
It totally does. Dark vision's overrated. I like role playing around having to deal with the dark vision, not having dark vision.
Alright. So, we all ready?
I'm ready to die.
Alright. So, the Sturges are up first. First one moves up. Maltham. 14 to hit.
Yep.
It sort of latches onto you and jabs its proboscis into the underside, basically up in your armpit. And you take 7 piercing damage. And it is latched onto you. It's sort of like almost like barbed proboscis is in there, just sort of under your armpit. And another one comes in.
Oh god.
18 to hit for 5 piercing damage. Latches on sort of just on the other side of your body, on the right side, just under your rib cage. This one moves forth, goes for Declan. That is 18 to hit.
Yep.
For 7 piercing, as it just sort of grabs onto you. This thing is like holding onto your arm and just jabs into the opposite side of your arm of your elbow, just like into that joint there. And then this one is going to, yeah, it can't quite get there, I believe. Let me just double check the Sturge speed. Oh no, it can. And it will fly up and latch on to 14 to hit. So another 7 piercing on you, mouth arm there. And then these two will go after Rogue. That's 1, 2.
Looking like a Capri Sun.
So he's done the dodge action.
So the first one sort of he reaches up to like try and bite at it and manages to knock it out of the way, but the other one latches onto his gut and is just sucking, and he takes 6 piercing. All right, Shaug. Shaug.
Okay. He's gonna charge in and pull out his short swords.
That is difficult terrain there in the muck.
That's okay.
All right. So you're sort of flopping through the muck there.
Yeah. He's gonna use attack to attack with 1. So main attack.
Yeah. All right.
Sword.
Yeah, you swing wild.
Yeah. Miss.
And,
second attack.
All right, that one hits.
And that one does not get the bonus damage from his dexterity.
All right, so roll damage for that, and then remove the
-3.
So yeah, that is still 4.
Yeah,
which
4
one were you
points.
going for?
So he the one that he missed, he still focused both attacks on since he missed the first time.
All right, so yeah, you kill the one there that just sort of drops, and you just sort of basically hack off its head from the rest of its body, but its head is still stuck in Rogue, and a little bit of blood is spurting out, but not to the point where it's going to be hurting him anymore. That's your turn.
And said Rogue took 6 damage.
Yes, he did from the bite that hit him.
Because they both one got advantage on the attack because there were 2 hitting him.
Sorry.
When Rogue is not, when I don't have any commands given, he has the dodge action, so they had disadvantage on the attack roll.
Oh, right. Let me check. Yeah, no, it would have been a crit otherwise.
Oh, okay. So did he get hit though?
Yes.
Okay. So still 6 points.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm done.
The first one missed anyway, though.
And done.
All right, Billy.
Alrighty. Seeing that Shaug just like popped one, I will basically.
Yeah, they're relatively small. They're like maybe the size of your palm, maybe a little bigger.
Only
Shaug dropped his shield, by the way. His shield is on the ground right here.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, actually more like the size of like the length of your forearm.
I don't have a second weapon, I'm realizing, so I don't actually do what I was about to do. So I'm gonna step here, and I will. This is one of the ones that missed, right? It's not attached.
No, that one hit me.
So what is the?
The red dot's
Danger.
just that it is initiative.
No, I know. What is the? Is there a improved AC or anything that I have to worry? Do I have to worry about hitting
No,
Declan
it's
if I
just
swing at
attack
it?
to him.
Okay, excellent. Then I say, hold very, very still, and I'm going to activate my Crimson Ray. So you see blood shoot out of me. Ooh, and it actually, no blood shoots out of me. The last of my temp HP, like a very slight magical aura, seems to explode
Just
into
throw him
lightning.
circles.
Brandon,
Yeah.
that's a shield.
And I will Crimson Right, and I just am gonna swing at this thing with my Warhammer. 25.
Alright. Yeah, definitely hits. You just
Excellent.
splatter this thing. Like, it is chunked, and there's like half of a proboscis sticking out of Declan,
Excellent. I will
and the
step.
rest are just smeared up his back.
I will step into this square, and I will say, probably
It
try
doesn't
staying
damage
behind
the
me.
one.
Yeah, but it's the initiative is still there. It still says 21.
Does it? I don't see it.
Oh, it got rid of it for you.
Yeah.
Well, now we have a new initiative token.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it over here. Square in the corner. Go away.
That was me. That was an action and a bonus.
Oh,
And I would
right.
reroll the damage, but it died anyway, so.
Melthon. You're prone. By the way, everyone who wasn't on watch is prone.
I'm standing up screaming with these things turning me into a Capri Sun bag.
Yeah, you have 3 on you.
As I'm fully standing up with the short sword's head, first one that clambered onto my fucking torso or whatever, closest to my face.
Yeah, you've got one in your armpit, one like under your gut, and one like in your neck.
Seeing how that definitely missed, I will.
Yeah, you sort of just wildly swinging.
I'm gonna bonus action Zephyr Strike and to give advantage to my offhand one. Oh! And then,
sort of-
oh god, thank god that was a crit because. Whew.
Yeah, you just sort of swing, and I'm gonna say because that's a crit, that can get rid of 2 of them.
Oh, thank fuck.
And you manage to sort of swing down and basically cut the one that's on your gut in half, and then just sort of squeeze the one that's under your armpit and just pop its head.
Where's the last one? Where's the last one?
It is sort of on your back, and its proboscis is in your neck, and it's just sort of swinging around. Like its back is swinging around wildly, but its proboscis is firmly lodged in your back.
Classic neck back area.
The nape, not the nape.
Yeah. Alrighty, Attica.
Okay, so I'm gonna get up from prone.
Well, you don't want to lay on the ground and.
No. So what is this green thing here again?
That's just Xiao Xiao's shield that he dropped.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna step over that. Go towards this little rock over here. And I'm gonna hit the rock and do magic stone.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
You sort of pick up a couple of pebbles.
Yep. And then I'm gonna throw one at. Could I hit that one? Yeah.
You gotta roll to attack.
Yeah, one sec. Sorry, I'm on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, laptop gamer. Couldn't be me. Definitely wasn't
So
me
it
last
should be a +4. You sort of ping your stone, but you're a little worried about hitting Xiao and Rogue, and it just sort of goes a little bit wild. Goes a little bit wide.
Maybe a
And
little bit
that-
wild too.
Is my
Yeah, a
turn.
little bit wide and wild.
Maybe
All right,
A little bit
Diglin.
wild.
All right, I will magic missile at second level to
Mhm.
send 2 darts to this one and 2 darts to that one.
All right. That just pops them both.
Cool.
Feel free to roll damage if you want to see how much overkill you did.
So the one next to Billy and Malthorn and me takes 10, and the other one takes 8.
Yeah, they're both fucking just disintegrated to the point where Malthon, the one that's in you, sort of you feel like a little bit of the wound sort of almost gets like a little bit of like a bit of air blowing through it as the sturge is disintegrated and the proboscis just becomes dust and flies out of you.
I don't like to be touched by weird things.
Can we all just agree that when Sam says proboscis, it's triggering?
Proboscis.
Oh,
Yeah. So that's your turn.
And then I'll
Real quick. What's your perception passive?
15.
All right. I would say you do notice that just sort of rising out of the water, attracted by the sounds of the fight. Couple of Rogalosh.
oh, fuck.
He draws the alarm. Ragalash inbound
We gotta
to our
go.
to our south,
Oh, fuck.
and he's gonna climb out, slog out of the mud, and then move over to touch Malt and cast Cure Wounds on him.
All right. That brings us to Billy.
Nice.
Well-
Hit 8 hit points.
Thank you.
Like how
Oh.
scared of these things are we really?
Malthorn looks pale. It's not just the blood that's missing from his body.
Would I be able to pick up my shield in my turn as well after I heal him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I will also pick up my shield.
Is it really that bad? We should run, or I mean, there are
No,
5 of us.
You might be able. You should probably be able to do this.
I was
down
yeah,
a
I was
bit.
saying in character because Billy would go off
Yeah.
Billy would go off with Malthorn. So since he looks so worried, she's checking in with him. So that was in character.
I'm gonna stay back for this one.
Let me handle it. And I grin wide ear to ear, and my teeth grow a little bit sharper, and my fucking claws grow a little bit longer, and I will shift
Alrighty.
for 8 temp HP. Not 89, 8. And I get a resilient hide from shifting. And I'm gonna is this square here directly south of me also difficult terrain?
I would say it's getting there. If you
Okay.
don't move beyond it, then no.
All right, but
That's
I
pretty good.
am gonna charge in to the
All
difficult
right, so
terrain.
you're
So that is
charging
my
in.
hope.
It's getting
just-
up to your waist in water and up to about halfway up your shins in muck.
Yep, difficult terrain the whole way, and I will grin with lightning, and I'm gonna swing at this thing.
All right, make your attack.
17 to hit.
Okay, yeah, that definitely hits.
Excellent. I will just reroll just to see if I get a higher total. I did not, so it's the 13.
All right, so a little bit of lightning shocks through this strange creature as it's sort of rising from the water. You do manage to hit it, and as you swing your warhammer at it, you bludgeon into it, and the spot where you hit immediately starts to harden. Is that your turn?
Yeah. Bonus to shift, action to attack, and that was all my movement because of difficult terrain.
Got it. So that is 13.
Yes.
Yeah. That is now this Roglosh's turn. So first things first, the Roglosh is going to let its eyes begin to glow, and out from its eyes comes a 15-foot cone of light.
Don't look in.
Yeah. And it's just a little bit mesmerizing. But then on its turn, it will first make one claw attack for 17 to hit.
Nope. Scrapes off the shield,
Or
newly buff arm pushes it away.
20.
20 will meet and beat.
All right, 4 slashing it's 4 clawed arms. Ooh, that last one's a crit. So that's 4. So the first one scratches across batters away your shield. The second one scratches across your armor. The third one claws into your armor a little bit, and the fourth one claws directly into your chest for 9 damage on top of that 4.
Okay.
And then going for that same spot, it makes a bite attack for 11 piercing, just taking a chunk out of your chest a little bit there. And as it swallows, it seems to almost immediately reconstitute the flesh that is swallowed from you into the spot that was bludgeoned. Although not with 100% efficiency.
4 attacks. And 2
Alright.
crits, you said?
No, 1 crit.
Oh.
So it's 4 and 9, so 13 total on you.
Wait, then what was the 11?
That's just its bite. It rolled maximum damage on the bite, so it's.
Wait,
11.
So not just 13.
Sorry, not just 13. It is 24 total.
Okay, yeah, that's what I tell you. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, 13 from the claws, 11 from the bite. Yeah, that brings us to, Malthon.
Oh boy. Swap into me, bro. So I don't want any piece of that. And I'm just going to try and put one in its fucking chest.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Ooh, Max, thank you.
Yeah, you fire off and land a shot in its sort of weird conical looking head, and immediately that spot begins to harden. But you do manage to pierce that location, and because it's not bludgeoning damage, works just fine.
And then I will hobble my way a little bit back. Just trying to keep some distance here. That'll be, just about max. That's all difficult. So that's me, as I just keep knocking arrows. I got you back!
Alrighty. That brings us to the other Roglosh, who will start slopping its way up out of the water. and will let its light begin, and it will also just start shredding into Declan there. So that's 1 claw, 2 claw, 3 claw, 4 claw. Does 12 hit you?
Yes.
Alright, so that's 2 hits then. From the claw, and the bite also hits. So that is 7 slashing as it slashes across your arm as you bring it up to protect you. The second one's 6 as it just sort of scratches along the same arm and bats it out of the way, and then reaches forth and just bites into that same arm. Your arm is looking pretty shredded for, yeah, so that's a total of 20.
I'm down.
All right. So that is Attica's turn.
Alrighty, well, then I'm gonna immediately attack that creature with another stone. Or actually, I'm gonna do...
All right. That unfortunately does
yeah,
not hit.
misses. Awesome. I will also... 1 second. Let me just make sure. I'll also give a quick healing word to Billy.
Yeah. Malthon, as you're sort of stumbling into the water there, you notice that sort of like that similar patch of weed that was described before, like this lakeweed or swampweed, lifts up, and beneath it you see the head of a troll. But it's not attacking you, it's just like very poorly, might I add, but trying to stealthily grab all the sturges.
I don't make any
And it's
noise.
just sort of lifted up out of the water next to you, and it's not attacking, but it is sort of moved forward and is starting to pick up the sturges.
I'm... Oh...
All of you can see this thing. It's not stealthy. Yeah, Declan.
Stunned to silence.
Did you heal Declan, right, Attica?
No, she healed Billy.
Oh, right. Okie dokie. That is Declan's save.
Did you?
Oh, sorry, Attica. I forgot to just make me. You should make it, but just make me intelligence saving throw retroactively. Attica? Okay, yep, you're good. Yeah, Xiaoqiao, it's your turn. So you are... Yeah, intelligence saving throw, please. Alright, you're good. Yeah, what do you want to do, Xiaoqiao? Your turn. You sort of turn, and you see Rogue sort of turn and started growling at this troll that is just sort of keeping low.
Does the wolf need to make the saving throw against the light?
Sorry?
Does the rogue need to make the
He
saving
is
throw against the light?
just out of the range. It's a
Okay,
15.
well, the wolf is going to growl, but he's going to stand his ground against the troll. But he's not going to... He's not hostile, though. He's going to rush... Okay, he's like... He's going to look back at the troll.
The troll is grabbing the sturges that you guys have killed.
But he seems to be ignoring us, though, right?
He knows you're there. Like, he's looking at you, but he's not attacking.
Yeah, but he's doing that kind of like mad grab stuff while not trying to get in the way, right?
Yeah,
It's probably like an
but
insight
also,
check,
like,
right? To
making
understand that.
like it. Yeah, he is not actively fighting at the moment.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna deal with the bigger threat right now. It's just trying to eat us. So Xiao Chao is going to stow his bow and pull out his sword again, one of his swords, and rush out. But he's actually not going to focus on attacking right now. He's going to reach over and cast Cure Wound, his last spell, on Declan.
All right.
And Declan heals for 8 points. And that's it for me. Actually, no. The wolf is going to run up. And they're going to harry this guy.
All right. So just move, basically.
Yeah.
Cool. And it's Billy.
Excellent. I would like to use my blood maledict curse upon this creature. I declare that it will suffer the blood curse of the marked, and I'm going to amplify so that I get I have advantage on my next attack roll. So, I take 2 necrotic damage. My HP is gone. I had that much HP after the heal. I'm now at that much, and I add an extra D4 of damage. I will swing my extra burning with blue lightning warhammer towards the now glowing spot of like red blood magic that is glowing near this thing's like neck and chest.
Lovely.
Oh wait, I have advantage. 16.
All right, that does hit. You sort of see it ducks out of the way, but almost magnetically the head of your warhammer moves towards it and just cracks it across the torso.
I'll just stick with the first one, 6 and 6. As I slam it with this thing. Yeah, they're both 12 to this.
Yeah, and it's taken a different kind of damage. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how that works now that I know.
Yeah.
And
the spot that you previously hit has softened after the piercing, and then now you've hit it again. It seems to have hardened.
Okay. I'm gonna move around and get out of the water so I can have firm ground. It doesn't help me more than roleplay, but it's what Billy would actually do. So that'll be me.
Yeah. All right, got it. It is now that Roglosh's turn. The Roglosh is going to. Let me just double check something. Come on. Alright. That's the one. So it is going to attempt to grapple you. Strength check of 6. So, I mean, roll.
Okay.
All
That's a
right,
21.
you're good. Another one. All right, 15 beats that.
Let me see if I get. Yeah. Oh no, that's a different kind of shifter. Never mind.
Yeah. And it is going to, I'm going to say, use its third attack to basically move you, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Just 5 feet down this way. And then it is going to attempt to knock you prone with its last attack. So that is another strength or acrobatics from you.
Oh, I did acrobatics twice. I should have done athletics. Whatever. Not that it's any better.
Alright, you are prone and grappled, and because you're in the water, you are starting to drown.
Well, I have a very long time until I drown.
You do. I'd say, yeah, just make a real quick dexterity saving throw to see if you can catch your breath before you're pushed down.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, you definitely catch your breath. You have the full however many minutes. Alright, Malthan.
Oh boy.
The troll just sort of looks at you and just sort of puts one finger up to its mouth and goes.
I assume this is kind of giant-ish? Question mark?
Oh, it's just saying shh. It's shushing you.
Oh.
It's got a giant accent to it, yeah, but it's just shushing you.
Yeah, I give him a definite thumbs up. Like, we're cool. Yeah, I don't say anything to him. Just like, nodding. It's all good. It's all
It's
good.
just sort of slow nod as it's collecting the sturges into like a makeshift pouch.
Okay. I'm going to quickly last spell. Zephyr Strike, because I don't really want to leave Billy being pushed under water here. Run up here, get a better vantage point, try and put one in its back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck!
Definitely hits. Piercing, and it's taken bludgeoning since, so.
And
yeah.
Piercing and Force.
Alright, takes both of that, just goes right through, clean through its sort of weird squid-like head. It's 12.
That is me. I'm like shakily grabbing at another arrow.
And this other Roglosh is going to eeny, meeny, miny, moe, go for Rogue. That is Claw 1, 10, Claw 2, 7, Claw 3, Nat 20. 4, 6. 6 slashing on Rogue there. I think that puts him down, right? And then it will bring its last claw around to you, Shao, for a 10 to hit, which misses. And then its bite crit misses. So it is going to... yeah, it is going to see that it is outnumbered and begin to retreat into the swamp. And you can take attacks of opportunity if you so wish. Declan, you are prone, so yours would have disadvantage if you do so.
I'm not
It had
gonna even bother.
It had a double crit on Roog.
Sorry?
It had a double. Roog is dodging unless I give him feed an attack to him, feed an action to him to make him attack. So he's dodging. So
Right. Sorry. Then it would not have been a double crit. Let me roll that back then.
Sorry.
So that. No, you're good. Yeah, 19 still hits.
Okay.
For 5, and then it would bring its second one, which would have missed. So he's on 1 point there, Roog.
Okay, so he's not dead.
Yeah. But regardless, the
He still flees.
actually no, the Roglosh would move. The Roglosh would move around so that it's no longer surrounded, and it would be in the water. So you do get attacks of opportunity if you so wish.
Oh yeah, definitely attacking.
All right, yeah, swing out, pierce this thing. And yeah.
Oh, he has to make a
he's not
DC.
moving out of Roog's range.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
But yeah, that brings us to Attica.
Alright, I'm gonna do a good old Cure Wounds on Declan.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Thank you.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty. It is the troll's turn. Troll is going to move up and keep collecting Sturges. And Maltharn, did you give any indication that you knew Giant to the troll?
When I said we're cool, right? I 100% would try that in Giant first, going off of assumed base.
Then in which case the troll would move up to you and grab your beard with some force, put its claw underneath the beard. Give I help.
I'm gonna roll. Oh, actually, I'll flip a coin here. One I'll give. Alright, yeah.
Alright, he just slices through your entire beard. I'm gonna say you do take 1 slashing damage because he's a bit rough about it.
Yeah, that's...
But he just takes your beard as just basically sliced off, and then sort of turns and smiles and sort of lets out a roar. And I'll say that's one of his claw attacks, but then he will rush up and then just sort of bound and leap at this Roglosh. And make...
Back the fuck off. It's handled. I'm handling it.
You can't say shit, you're underwater.
You're under the water.
I'm bubbling angrily at the troll.
You lose half of your breathing.
What? This is bullshit. I had an extra save to hold my breath, and I'm losing half of it for RP. This is the worst day ever.
Yeah, 11 slashing as the troll claws across this Roglosh's back, and then will move down and bite for 10 piercing, and basically just bites this Roglosh in half. And the Roglosh is dead, and you feel the arms grab, the 4 individual arms and the one more that is biting onto you, Billy, go loose. Declan.
Alright, I will stand up and seeing...
You see the trolls just sort of mouth full of Roglosh, just sort of turns to you. Do you know Giant?
No.
Shang Chow knows Giant.
Alright. He is saying, give me hair.
Shang Chow looks at Declan. He wants your hair, so you might not want to argue with him. And he also looks at his hair and he pulls out his braid. He actually had pretty long, decent sized braid, so he takes a knife and he cuts off about a good foot of his braid that's in there.
That ready for him.
Yeah, and he gives it to him. Her braid.
You can't give it to him as of yet, but you can have it ready for him.
Yeah.
You just like drop it on the ground or chuck it like 5-10 feet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not about to like shave my head for him, so I will move over here.
Mm-hmm. You still clambering up on the rock, or?
Yes.
All right, maybe one step back then.
And then
that's all good.
You know, I'll kind of circle around back this way. I think.
I don't think you understand. I think that Malthorn made an agreement with this troll, and for the troll to help us, we have to give him something. And I think the agreement was that we give hair.
I'm kind of using mine.
Yeah, I know. You're probably going to be giving some, despite the fact. Just a heads up.
I will use. Let's see, Scorching Ray on the
Roglosh.
Yeah.
All right. It's in water, so it will have resistance, but you can attack it. All right, that's
Oh.
a hit. That's a hit. That's a hit. That's a miss. That's a hit. So 2 hits.
So
So
9.
9 and 10. So that's 9 reduced to 4, 10 reduced to 5. So 9.
And then I will use my telekinetic shove to push it away from Rook.
All right.
So that is a
Then-
DC 14 strength save.
All right. And as a note, that would not count as it moving, so that would
Yeah.
be an attack opportunity.
Yeah.
So that's strength. And it fails. Which direction?
South.
Got it.
So just wanted to create some distance. So if Rook wanted to
Mhm.
leave, it's easier for them to do that.
All right. That's your turn. That's your turn.
Yes.
Cool. Shaug.
Okay, Rug runs up to the rock and licks his wounds. Shaug drops his flail and pulls out his bow, knocks an arrow and shoots it out the what are these things called again?
Roglosh.
Roglosh.
All right. Yeah, that hits. You knock an arrow, fire off at it. Yeah, absolutely hits. Absolutely pierces.
And he's gonna move over 1 square. He's also in the process. He's gonna cut off, like I said, about a good hank of his braid and drop it on the ground and toss it over to the shore, close to the shore for the
Deerish.
pole. Yeah.
Got it. It's your turn?
Yep.
Alright, Billy, it is your turn. You're still prone under the water, but the Roglosh is gone.
I stand, I rise, water and electricity
Water.
streaming from me.
Yeah.
I see that my enemy is felled by a larger, different enemy, and I assume I glance under its arm and I see Malthorn going, "No, don't attack it, do not stab the big green
Yeah.
thing."
It's like,
So
Probably.
he
We're
dips
cool,
towards
we're
you, this
cool.
massive creepy grin. And it's just like...
What?
It just goes... You know Giant?
I do actually.
Hey.
I say no thanks, and I'm going to turn, and 15 feet. I can make it across the dry land here to this thing.
Yes.
I will do so. My blood curse is on the dead one, so this is without that. But I will still warhammer a big. Come on.
Yeah, you sort of swing, and you're kind of soaked, and it slips in your hand a little bit.
Mm.
And that gives it enough room for the Roglosh to duck under the swing.
So come here, you.
That brings up to the dead Roglosh. Malthorn.
Seeing how things are kind of chill for the moment, continue on to aid from a distance. Try and plant one in that Roglosh.
Go ahead. Yeah, fire off. Definitely hits.
Other one sails past Billy. I give the thumbs up and the middle finger at the same time.
That's an interesting gesture. All right. Yeah.
I don't know about
Hits
that.
and pierces into it. And I believe the last damage type it took was what? Piercing from Xiaoqiao, so that's resistance to that.
What the fuck?
No, it would have been fire from me, I think. Or no, yeah,
No.
Shell did hit it. Never mind.
Yeah. So it hit. Yeah, it's the arrow only goes part way in before being sort of ousted out
Damn.
of the flesh, almost like a trampoline. It bouncing back.
Almost. That brings us to Malthorn, unless you want. Sorry, Malthorn, did you want to move at all?
No, I'm good. I'm hugging the tree. I feel safe here.
Rogosh. The Rogosh is going to now that it was going to go and finish off Rogue just to get a meal out of it, but it's occupied with Billy now. And it is going to one claw for 17, which misses, right?
Nope. Yeah, miss.
What's your AC at the moment?
20.
All right, miss,
20
miss,
good.
miss. Just
Also
scratching against your shield and armor, but you've sort of gotten up, and with a combination of some of the swamp slime that's on you and the hardened armor, this thing is not getting through you.
I've warmed up. I was tired, but now I'm
Yeah.
angry because I got dunked under the fucking sludge, and this thing's gonna get it
Yeah.
if I can land a hit.
Oh, God,
You
you're
do
gonna,
have a bit of sludge in your armor.
You're gonna stink so
oh,
bad.
I'm gonna have to spend the rest of
Yeah.
my watch cleaning this out. I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna use this
You're
thing's
fair enough,
claws
okay.
to do it. If
Mhm.
this troll
That's
comes
good.
in here, I'm gonna lose it.
Mhm.
Great.
Attica.
Okay. I'm gonna firebolt.
All right, against the Rugwash, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that hits.
Based.
Yep. And it's because it is in water, takes half of that, but it is damaged by that.
Awesome. And
Alright.
I think that's me.
Alrighty, it's the troll. The troll is going to move up, and flanking Billy is going to try and grab her ponytail and cut it off.
I feel like
Billy has like a braid or a ponytail of some kind, right?
Yeah.
It's 23 to hit.
Well, you asked my AC last turn.
Yeah. So yeah, he will just sort of grab it and using his claw just sort of snick your just roughly cut your hair, like the back of your hair off, and then tuck it into his pouch, and then move up here.
I
pick
take
up,
an attack of opportunity. No, he doesn't.
You can make an attack of opportunity, sure.
What the fuck?
You
Can I
you
do
miss.
anything?
And the troll just sort of looks back. Is going to reach out towards Attica. This thing is like grabbing for one of your braids. Do you allow it?
I mean, yeah, sure. He
Alright,
seems
you just
friendly
take
enough.
the one slashing as it does it a little bit roughly. But it does sort of take one of your braids and cut it with its claw, and then moves up and is going to use its last attack to attempt to grapple Declan. So, Declan, you got to beat a 15. Yeah, you slip out of its grasp as it sort of reaches and grabs, but you duck out of the way, and its hands just slap together with a meaty thud. It's your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that he doesn't want to mess with us anymore and should run on home. So I'm going to cast Suggestion on him. And it's a Wisdom saving throw, DC 14.
All right. He saves with a 16.
Well,
And
shit.
just sort of, and seems quite angered by that.
Well, whatever. then I will try and telekinetic shove him.
All right. Surprisingly, you do manage to shove him. I'm assuming west.
Yeah, just 5 feet away from me.
Huh?
Yeah.
And then
I thought we ate it all.
muck is difficult terrain, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll warm it up.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I can warm it up. Yeah, I'll come get it. Give me a second.
Yeah, so I'm gonna run that way.
Alrighty.
I really thought he was gonna fail that save on the suggestion spell, but well.
Nope. Kind of the opposite of what you might expect to happen. He failed the strength one and succeeded the wisdom. But yeah,
Right.
that's your turn.
Yes.
Cool. Shout Chow.
Shogshell sees the troll not getting his hair. He's like, "You should have just gave him your hair." And then he lines up another bow shot on the thing.
Fuck, I have short hair.
Then you shave off what you got, and then he shoots the wrong weapon.
You're good. Yeah, you sort of turn around after saying, and then you fire off. But it just skims off the side with its now hardened skin.
Yeah. And that's it for me.
All right, Billy.
Is this thing still trying to run, or is it?
No, it's realized that you're kind of coming at it right now. It's looking a little hurt, and it's looking. Make an insight check.
I'd want to know if it is gonna attack me because I'm gonna go kill this fucking troll.
It will definitely take an attack of opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, then I throw caution to the wind. You have pissed Billy off to a point that has not been seen yet, and I transform further. You
Alrighty.
watch me butt
Do you have a total
fully.
for that?
Huh?
Do you have a
No,
token?
not at the moment. I have the updated one for my main form, but
Got it.
I don't have the art for the other two yet.
No problem.
My somewhat wolf-like features become. I become a wolf from the waist up. Basically, my armor stretches to the limit. My fur hardens into an additional form of armor over me, and my arms that are already bulging get huge. And I turn and sprint at this fucking troll. I'll take the attack of opportunity.
All right. So the Rogosh makes a bite at you.
My AC is now
17 misses.
21. Yeah. I do not even notice. I throw my Warhammer to the side, and I'm going to slash at it with my claws. I get to make 2 attacks when I do this.
All right.
A 16 and a 26.
Both hit.
I'm going to re-roll that first one just to see if I get better. No, I won't. I'm gonna re-roll the second one to see if I get better. That is, I think, the same. 7 and 19.
So it looks like
the second one is better.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 12 and then 19 for
All right.
31 total.
12 and 19. Yeah, you sort of just take your claws and are just slashing at this at the hindquarters of this troll as it whips around.
Yeah, and I'll say in giant, shouldn't have fucking done that. But it comes out as more of a bestial growl.
Yeah.
And that'll be me.
Alrighty, Maltham.
God. He's gone from fucking worse to bad to worse to fucking Oh, this night. As I'm stepping lightly and trying to make sure that this one's got the message, I'm gonna put another arrow in his direction. To fuck off.
Alright. That definitely hits. I would say have partial cover from what's in the way, but you get him anyway.
Thump
And
him.
piercing was the last type he took, so he takes half that.
Slashing actually from
Was it?
my claws, slashing and lightning.
You didn't attack the Roglosh though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wrong, dumb, bad. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
That is me.
Yeah, cool. That is your turn. That brings us to the Roglosh, who is going to momentarily submerge before re-emerging and attacking Rogue.
Oh boy.
So that is 1 claw for 23 to hit, 6 slashing. Is he doing his dodge thingy?
I would assume yes, considering he had no orders.
Yeah.
I believe he probably just stepped away to grab something.
Alright.
He always the companion is always dodging unless I give my action as a ranger to him to do
Okay, in
something.
which case, this one misses, second one misses, third one hits for 7 slashing. So I believe he's down. And then the
He's down.
Roglosh to use its first it's going to take a bite, which is I believe at advantage and auto crits, if that's correct.
Yes.
So it is, yep, that hits. So 6 plus 3, so 9 piercing. And is going to grapple him with another claw attack, but that doesn't damage him. So he's down 2 death saving throws, and he and the Roglosh regains some health from eating him a little bit. And has grappled him, so it sort of pulled him this way. And then it will submerge, holding Rogue. Attica.
I'm gonna throw a good old-fashioned firebolt at the big troll.
Mm-hmm. All right, nice crit.
Horrible crit.
Oh my.
Bad crit, but still, it's fire damage. And that's good, because the troll's turn is next.
Awesome.
So the troll is going to, just turn around and bring its claws. So that is 19 misses, 21 just hits.
Yep.
For 8 slashing.
Okay.
And then a bite crits for 13.
Okay. Been crit every single turn. So.
God, I know your pain.
Alrighty, now that is Declan's turn.
1 second. Just need to check a spell here. Okay, it doesn't say it has to understand a language. So I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on the troll.
The troll or the Roglosh?
The troll.
Yeah.
DC 14 Wisdom save, please.
Alrighty.
And we.
That's a
hit it.
nat 20 minus 1 for 19.
Fuck.
Never mind.
All right. That.
Another net
And then, can I see the Roglosh at all?
Vaguely, it's under the water. Like, you can see where it would be based on the splashes.
Would you allow me to use telekinetic shove on it?
Yeah.
All right. I will try and shove it.
Which direction?
Kind of in between Antika and Xiao
That
Zhao.
is not possible because there is a rock in the way.
Then I guess just south.
Alright. It just saves with a 14.
All right.
You see, like, the water sort of splashes a little bit as you do that. That's your turn?
Yep.
Xiao.
Okay. So he just watches Wolf get killed, and is most likely going to be gone, and he can't do anything about it. And then he's watching his allies fighting a troll that didn't need to be fought. But if we don't deal with the
Didn't need
troll,
to assault me.
we're going to get killed. So he's gonna whisper like an orcish prayer to his dead brother, and he's gonna turn and he's gonna shoot an arrow at the troll.
Mm-hmm. That definitely hits. Nice. That is 14. Thumps
also
into
going-
the troll's neck.
He's also
and
gonna move
grabs
over
the
here.
arrow and claws at you. Alright, that's your turn?
Yep.
Alright. Billy.
Okay. I pop my one potion off of my quick access belt. It's a minor healing potion, so it's just a D4 plus 1. Nice, excellent, exactly what I needed in this situation. And I'll swing. I go claws in for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck me! I'm resistant to damage. I should have
Okay,
taken
yeah, you
left
can
my
take
turn.
half of
What was-
whatever that was.
what-
Give
could
yourself,
you-
I don't
could you
know.
give it to me
Let me roll back
again?
up.
Yeah, sorry.
I believe it was 13.
In the bite, right?
Yeah, 13 for the bite, 8 for the. So yeah, it would have been 12 total.
Appreciate. Okay, and I'm gonna swing my claws at it twice then.
Mm-hmm.
A 15 and a 12.
All right. First one hits. Second one, it actually catches your claws with its own.
Yikes. All right. Well, it takes. It really my roll 20 likes 13 damage, so 13 damage.
All right.
Slashing, please. And that will be me. Bonus in May. I'm good where I am. This thing is going to pay. I'm going to get my ponytail back. I'm going to figure out a way to reattach it. I'm gonna go see a wizard or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Troll looking scrappy, or is he still looking?
He's looking pretty scrappy.
All right. Yeah, I can't see that thing at all. So I'll take my shot at the trolls. Fucking. He was helpful for a time, but now he's going down finally. Oh fuck. Oh boy. A wide whistling shot. So I stumble behind the tree. And that is me.
Alrighty. Roglosh is going to dash, but because it's carrying rogue, it's half movement. So it goes, 30 and is leaving the map. with Rogue. There'll be probably just one more chance to grab him. Attica.
All right. I mean, it worked once. Let's try it again. Firebolt the troll.
That does not hit, swings wide as the troll sort of ducks out, realizing that you've got fire going and it don't like that.
She'll scream, fuck. That's her turn.
Alright. That is the troll's turn. The troll is going to sort of look around, realize what's going on. It regains the hit points, I believe, because it hasn't taken fire damage. And it turns and it just kind of roars at all of you before dashing out. And you get an attack of opportunity there, Bill.
Can I, with a crit,
Alright.
snatch back my fucking ponytail instead?
In lieu of doing damage, yes.
Okay, because that's what that's what this whole rage thing was about. So I snatched that shit back.
Yes, you can absolutely take that back. And the troll will dive into the water and swim away. And I'll say that will be that, unless you want to take one last shot to try and get Rogue back.
Yeah, if the troll ran off, I'll magic missile the 3 shots at the
Rogwash.
Roglash.
Alright.
Oh.
I dropped you guys on the floor there.
Oh, that's what that sound was. I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
I feel like
Alright, so that is... What have we got? 11.
Malthorn is probably feeling saucy, like he would experiment with something, but it's not sure. I think he would take a shot at it.
Alright. Shaug.
In the terms of Lion King, it's a circle of life. The swamp has bested us in this case, but he's still gonna
Do you
try
want
to
to
kill.
make a death saving throw for Rogue, just in
He's
case?
he made the saving throw for Rog, and that'd be just Constitution saving throw, right?
It's just a
It's
D10.
it's D10, yeah, D20. I saved.
Right.
Anyways, Rogue's gonna try to shoot at the damn thing, but there's not much he can do. He's like, I don't think I can help him. It's already on its paper terrain. Yeah.
Yeah, you fire off, you just see a splash, and whether it hit it or not, you don't know. Billy? You're...
Yeah, it's a good thing that I remembered that I was resistant. I'm not below half health. I think I crouched low, like over my prize, and kind of give a snarling growl towards everybody around me. Do a little bit of a circle. I just stay where I am. I'll ready an attack in case another one of those things comes up out of the muck or something like that. But that's it.
Alright. Cool. Malthon.
Scooching and doing like a little ambling jump across to you. So I can
Alright. Yeah, you stumble a little bit, but you can manage it.
And I don't really want to let it get away with the dog because I know how important he is to Chanchel, so full honors to you, Chanchel. I will use this item, even at the risk of just losing it outright. I switch to my alchemy sling.
Just as a note, if you do land it on Rogue, Rogue will die.
Fuck. Yeah, God. I look to Xiao Xiao like, should I?
I mean, what?
He's holding what looks like a alchemical bottle.
If you think it's gonna help him or put him out of his misery versus getting eaten, your call. He's already done. I can't help him any further. We've already failed.
Then I will try to put him out of his misery / at least make sure his body is not going to just be devoured.
All right.
Oh, come on, strike true. I need to re-roll that, because that's definitely way out of range. 16?
Yeah.
Alright, so initial at the bottle landing, and then I need...
I'll say that's enough to... does it have an area of effect? Or does it just impact?
Impact Thunder. As, well, he needs to make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw or be stunned.
Alright.
Ooh.
This is what I've been so busy with.
He rolled an 8.
Oh! 3 turns! Get his ass! Sorry.
So 14 thunder, and it is stunned. For, I believe, what, 1 round?
I believe you said 1 round, because obviously...
Yeah, let me just real quick put that on it. Because I couldn't do it because it was the edge of the map.
Fair.
But yeah. No, it's the Rogosh's turn, but it's stunned.
Opportunity strikes! Get him!
Hit the bitch.
Yeah, so it's stunned until the start of your next turn.
Okay. It me?
You?
Mm-hmm. At you.
You have a snarling were creature 10 feet from you.
Do you want me to magic stone you? Like,
No, I'm just letting you know.
I'm gonna throw a magic stone over at this guy.
You have advantage. Alright, that hits. I don't think you can do less than the damage required, so yeah, you just punch a hole into this thing and it drops. And just
Ew.
put a little...
And then she'll scream, "Is there anyone else?"
You see a sturge sitting up in the tree.
Kill it with fire.
He's just watching. But yeah, that brings us to Declan.
Is the sturge up in this tree?
No,
Up
it's
in this
not
tree?
this one.
Okay.
Kill it, kill it.
So the thing's dead. I don't
Rogue may drown or die on his next turn.
I don't have any healing potions or anything to use. So I'll try and pull Rug closer to me and out of the...
Alright, so
The
telekinetic shove.
Yeah, I'll do the
I'd
telekinetic
say he
shove.
automatically fails because he's unconscious.
Right, and then, let's see, 1, 2... so I can move there, so then I will try and heave him out of the water.
Alright, I will say if you use your action to do that, you can.
Yes.
He is a big boy.
Well, but he won't be at least drowning.
True.
I'm imagining you're kind of like using your telekinetic shove to pull him further.
Right. So as I
yeah.
run up, kind of pull him up,
Yeah.
out of the.
All right. So he's out of the water. Sharg, you have your turn until at the end of your turn he has to make his death saving throw.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20. Shaug runs up to Atika and he presses a healing potion into her hand. Can you please feed this to him? This might help him. I can't get to him in time.
Yeah, sure.
And he gives Atika one of the potions of minor healing. And he
All
made
right.
Alright.
Sharg, do you do anything else on your turn?
That's it.
All right. Billy. Actually, no, we need death saving throw from Rook.
What save number is this?
The third one.
We're at one
This
success,
is
one
third.
fail.
No, 2 fails, one
Oh,
success.
jeez.
One success.
Oh jeez.
No, he's dead.
Yeah. You see Rook's chest stop rising and falling next to you there, Declan. And with that, I will stop initiative and
Atika will look over and go, bummer, dude. And then she'll hand him back the healing potion.
God damn.
That's worth a shot, and he puts it back in his pouch.
Oh boy.
yeah. Do you guys want to do any harvesting or anything?
Okay, so what what can we harvest from?
You can make a nature check if you
Yeah,
want.
let me do that.
You
I
can-
want to harvest from the little tiny creatures that we killed.
You can see
The
Maltharn is
Sturgis?
already
They
pulling.
are no longer present because the troll picked them all up.
Oh, okay.
Maltharn is making his way immediately towards the Roglash knife drawn with his book out with what looks like scribbled notes.
Atika will join him as per usual.
Can
I'm gonna
I do a slightly different thing? I'd like to
You absolutely
make my
can.
way over to where there's a good like troll footprint, and I would like to pick up this scent and memorize it. I
Absolutely.
have made a lifelong enemy.
I will say make a survival check, and you can do so with advantage because it's scent based.
18.
All right, very good. You might want to just store that if you want that you roll an 18 for that.
Yeah.
Just put that somewhere. Yeah. Most of your arrows can be recovered. I'd say half of them actually, because half of them basically just snapped on impact after they were resistant to them.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Shaug goes over to Declan.
Yeah.
And,
Attica, you have no fucking clue. These things are
Yeah,
weird.
jeez. I looked to Maltharn like,
This one's going to be a difficult carve.
well, what the fuck
but
do
yeah.
you know?
Maltharn, if you want to make a nature check, I'm going to say you can do so with advantage because of your monster hunting background
Yes.
and your interest in these creatures.
Nature check. Well, you see, look at the notes
Alright,
here. These are the rumors I found out. The glowing like go over like.
Yeah. So first off, the first thing that comes to mind is the eyes. Those can almost certainly be harvested and used for some sort of light kind of concoction. And then there are a few sort of adaptive glands within the Roglosh that help it adapt to different damages and that kind of thing, and that could be harvested. Although because you were not actively trying to avoid damaging these things, there's a fair possibility that it is destroyed.
Fair. Was a lot of panic. I was missing a lot of blood.
Yeah. No, that's very fair.
But obviously, gotta double check, make sure things are intact. Lot of piercing pokies that went through them. But I mean, if you want to definitely learn the anatomy, as like he shows you what looks like a personal notebook he's had on him, and just like as detailed in dwarfish and other scribble as much as possible, with like what looks like little leaflet notes that have been tabbed on from what he has learned.
And looking at this Roglosh, it's strange. It's like you see sort of underneath its lower set of arms, there's a couple of stumps that look like arms were like ripped or torn off, and then above its upper arms there are just these small growth like nodules that seem to be growing, almost like its arms are replaceable like a shark's teeth.
Fucking sick.
But yeah.
Alrighty. Let's start prying back the eyelids. What should I roll for these harvests? As I'm trying to.
It would be.
And Atika will assist.
They're an
harvest?
organ, so it would be probably a medicine or a survival. If you want to just real quick check that. I believe there's a guide for it, but I'll say for now it'll be, let's say medicine because it's an organ.
Alrighty. I'll put on my medicine with advantage for Tika's assistance and demonstration of butchery.
All right. So you do manage to harvest that first one. So you have a Roglosh gland there.
Hell yeah! Look at that.
And I'll say only one of the eyes is intact. If you want to try and get an eye.
I most definitely will. Performance surgery at its finest. Oh.
All right, that is enough. So I'll just paste that there.
Tasty.
So you have one of each there. Did you want to try for the other one?
I would allow Chow Chow to make that decision since this bastard is the one who did his poor buddy in. Would you like to do the honors?
So, Shao.
I don't know if should choose.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to have my mic muted because I don't want to cough on my mic. Shog looks at Malthar and he's like, it's just meat now, or plant matter, what the fuck it is. Do what you want with it. I don't care.
Alright.
He has at this point, while you were busy taking care of the first one, he actually has dragged the corpse of the second one over to the big rock.
All right.
Let's get a little revenge.
Yeah. So roll higher low for favorable results. Let's do that.
I'll follow the Nate syndrome of always high. Oh no!
Yeah. You sort of start fishing around in this one's insides, and its gland is fucking destroyed.
Well,
I will say it does have one eye available though.
duly noted. Thunder bottle. Don't expect glands to survive. But I will go for that eye. Unless Atika wants to, after that first demonstration. Want a little practice?
Sounds like a no to me.
What?
Maltharin is
Do you wanna-
offering if you want to practice carving this one's eye out with his assistant.
Yes, she would. I'm sorry, I literally didn't hear that.
Come on. Like we did to the other one. Hit us with that good old medicine at the back.
Yep, I'm just opening the character sheet. There it is.
You know, you can double click on it. Really good. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, for sure, you get that eye. Basically, you just pop your finger behind it in the socket, and you just pull it right out. And it is honestly still glowing a little bit.
Nice.
Very skillful.
So yeah, you guys have 2 Roglosh eyes and 1 Roglosh gland.
Want to pop it in the jar?
And I've just put the stats for them there. So potency 6, energy -5 for the gland.
Mm-hmm.
And the eye is potency 3, light 2, stun 1.
Hey, I will go wash my hands off in the swampy water.
They get dirtier.
Alright.
They're a different kind of dirt, but they're dirty.
I respect it.
It's more mud than gunk.
I can fully respect the good old salt of the earth. At least it's not blood.
Yeah, Roglosh blood is like a milky green.
Ugh. I definitely prefer muck over that, Drews.
Yeah. Yeah, alrighty. So, you guys can, after resetting up, if you want to have whoever take the last watch.
Atika will take it.
I mean, Rashab was gonna have last watch with whoever.
You guys can both take it if you want.
Sure.
Alright, I'll grab a perception from each of you, or one of you with advantage.
When I do the perception with advantage,
Yeah, I mean, my perception is shit. How's yours?
+5.
Yeah, you do it with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, you... the rest of the night goes largely without incident, although you do notice occasionally off in the distance more Roglosh hunting probably just some fish, but they're a fair way off and probably won't notice you unless you make some, big hullabaloo. And you will also notice that occasionally a sturge will come by and just sort of sit in a tree and watch you, but not attack. But yeah, you guys do finish your long rest, and as the morning comes, Shao, you really feel the grief start to kind of hit you there, and as you're sort of turning to wake everyone up, you do notice that Preya has kind of snuggled into Rogue's body.
He's
sort of
going
like
to,
under his.
He's going to use his daily casting of Speak with Animals. Hey, Preya.
Yeah. He just sort of takes a moment, and I mean, you wouldn't need to speak with animals to know that she's weeping.
Yeah. Hey, you tried to get him out, but those swamp creatures got to him. Sorry.
She definitely definitely seems like she's not feeling great. It sort of gives you just like a little bit of a look somewhere between sadness and disappointment. And without a word, flies off.
Shao looks at Rook's corpse, and then he sees he looks at it. He looks for like a tuft of black fur near his neck, kind of close to his heart, and he takes a knife, like one of his sharper like hunting knives, and he cuts a strip of skin that's next to it, and where the tuft is attached, basically enough to make like a necklace, right?
Yeah.
And he starts cleaning it so that he can start drying it and making actually like a thong out of it.
Take like a tooth or something?
Yeah, well, no, actually, he takes one of the dew claws. The claws for himself.
Yeah.
The tuft of fur is to make a small necklace for Priya that she can wear that won't interfere with her ability to fly because it'll be lightweight.
Yeah.
And then he makes a grave for the wolf on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Buries him.
Should take a couple of hours to do that, and maybe set up like a gravestone of some kind.
Not really a gravestone, more just some rocks.
Yeah, just like a
cairn.
What do you call it? Cairn. Yeah. And yeah, you guys can continue on your way. As you are doing so, Malthine, are you continuing to be ahead of the group and keeping watch?
Yeah. I'll also hit another fucking primeval awareness to see if there's any feed on possible worms.
Obviously, there's Fae. And yeah, and there is a minor dragon presence as well, minor draconic. I was just thinking we might get y'all to Melian real quick. But yeah, so yeah, does anyone want to keep an eye out for anything specific before we get there?
Yeah, Shark is going to keep an eye out for any animals that may be viable for him to befriend. As a battle buddy.
Looking around, there's not a whole lot.
Yeah.
In this area at the moment, and if there were any, they'd probably be keeping away from the road.
Yeah, It's mostly he's doing the usual, keeping an eye out for potential hostiles. But at the same time, if you see something that's not quite as afraid of travelers, that doesn't mind, then
Yeah.
he's like, hey, that might be an outlier that it might be worth getting attention of.
Yeah. I would say nothing that catches your interest at the moment. But yeah. So.
I would just be looking for some bitter root as I walk along.
Absolutely. Feel free to make a survival check.
Yeah.
You're feeling a little bit rough. Your head's sort of aching and throbbing from the blood loss. So yeah, you're having some trouble focusing. I will say you do guys come across a couple more twig dolls with similar eerie familiarity.
Mm-hmm.
And would you like to take them or do anything with them?
I keep my second one, I put it with the other, and I also put another cookie in its hand.
No, you do not find another one. Only the people who do not have one anymore.
I got mine with the cookie in its hand still.
Half the cookie is gone.
He's alive.
I guess since we had the benefits of a long rest, Shaug would have, after he had taken care of, burying Rook, he would have made a nice breakfast for everybody. He would have made more treats and distributed those to Billy and Tika.
Yes.
So you guys have 2 temporary hit points again.
Awesome.
All right. So, yeah, I will say as you guys travel along, you eventually exit the swamp to a much appreciated area of openness and some rolling hills with some. You eventually start seeing a few farmhouses and fields of grain and the like, and you look up and you see a magnificent elven city that is just even from miles away you can see sort of some sparkling lights and that kind of thing even in the middle of the day. And yeah, as you guys begin to approach, it seems like folk are wanting to be down for the night, so we'll leave it there.
Hell yeah. Also, in the morning, I forgot what I added. I would have tried to leave a stealth cookie for Billy.
Also, I guess while on the trail, after Atika's failed attempt to find pipeweed, Shaug probably would have said, "Hey, what were you looking for that one time, or those few times that you went out ranging for ingredients?"
You would tell him pipeweed.
Oh, it's difficult to find here, but I actually do have some in the rickshaw if you'd like some. And he pointed to a stash.
Oh yes, please.
He pointed to a stash that's in one of the little cubbies.
Yeah, she'll go get that out.
Yeah. He trades for that sometimes when he goes farther east.
It's yeah, primarily farmed in Roltan. But yeah. So, unless there's anything anyone wants to do, we'll probably leave it off there, because as y'all seem to be wanting to head bedwards now. that about right?
Edwards.
Yes.
I mean, I'd be down to do it longer, but I feel like shit. So
That's fair.
I
Man.
should
I'm
rest.
very sorry.
It's not your fault. I've just been sick for the past 2 days.
Yeah, I would be down to do a bit more, but I don't want to stretch people's endurance.
It's fair. Althorn would attempt to
How
share.
about yay or nay? Do we want to keep going?
I've got work in the morning. I am for sure out.
Okay,
So
so nay.
have a good night.
Yeah, I also have work tomorrow too. Sorry.
Alrighty, no, that's all good.
He's fair.
Well,
It was a lot of fun though, and I always enjoy our sessions.
nice.
Althorn will try
And
to
hopefully, we can find a time to do it before, 2 weeks away. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
I did just get permission to share the unfinished art of shifted and transformed Billy, which I will be posting if anybody is interested.
Oh, yeah.
Shifted and then wolf.
Also, for you, Joe, Melthorn would leave you 2 morning good cookies.
Oh.
And Billy, you would have found a morning cookie next to you as well.
Excellent. Was there one more chance to harvest stuff? Could I look for
Yeah, what would you be
favorite?
looking for?
My favorite or anything
probably not be
useful for
around.
healing
You might
anything
be able-
useful for healing potions?
Yeah, you might be able to pick up some bitter root on the way out of the swamp if you want
Okay.
to have a look for survival.
Okay. I could do nature, right?
It would
Or
be
survival to find.
Or in nature to harvest if you want to do that. Once you find
Okay.
it.
She's gonna find all the bitter. God damn it! I was just looking for that.
So you did find a little bit. There's like
Ooh.
a small patch.
Oh, well, can I give a harvest attempt?
Yes, you may.
23.
All right. I'm gonna
I
say
can't
even though
hit, which is what my character's built for, but I can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though there is only a small bit, provided you're willing to just take the whole patch, I
Yeah.
will say you get 3 units.
Sick. Do you? I'll just pull it up.
See, I
It
suffer the
reminds me.
reverse.
It reminds me of an old comic I saw for World of Warcraft. It like had somebody like it was somebody was waiting on somebody else who was an herbalist, and they're like taking their time gathering an herb. You know how it had the little progress bar. It's like, we're just rip the fucking thing out of the ground.
Yeah. Oh, also, something that I recently did in my brain. I was like, oh hey, what kind of race is the Withering Shell? Because that wasn't really a thing that I'd established, and then I decided it was hobgoblins and with a smattering of tieflings, but particularly Oni-based tieflings rather than fiend-based tieflings.
Ooh. I like that.
Or like normal fiend-based tieflings, anyway.
Also, I have to ask Nate.
Yep.
What do you think of the bottle?
I liked it. I have to ask you, what do you think of the
The
transformation?
I fucking love it.
Oh, also, that's another note. Maybe you should be careful about making any imbibed potions from Billy's blood, given that you know that now.
Yeah, thankfully that wasn't invited. Also,
Yeah, I'm curious if any conversations come from that.
I'm sure there will. I mean, Shaug is kind of like hush hush, not my business kind of thing. So I'm sure he wouldn't be like, "Hey, so you're a werewolf? What?" Maybe more like, "So I have to worry about you trying to bite me at night or something, right?" I think that'd
Yeah, I
be
mean,
his only issue.
depending whether or not you waited out the hour for the transformation to end, or
Yeah.
not, you would get either kind of a growl or just an annoyed no.
Yeah.
That's why there was the
No,
stealth
he wouldn't be
cooking.
annoyed about. He wouldn't be annoying about it either. He'd just be like, "So, what's your situation like? Do I have to worry about my safety in combat like that, or are you good? And if she's like, yeah, I'm fine, and like he'd be like, okay, that's all I need to know. He's a very simple guy. I mean, despite the fact that he's got a lot of bullshit history he's got to deal with.
You see somehow my ponytail is reattached. It's crazy. Like you don't even know, but it's reattached.
I lo-
Tell you
Regeneration.
what, if you want, do you want to make just a real quick survival check for me, Bill?
I was actually gonna say, is there a plant that would let me reattach my hair?
You can absolutely try and make a little bit of adhesive and try and reattach your hair.
I would like it to
make-
to fix, perhaps, but yeah. Eh.
Billy got a weave.
No, it's part of my magic. It
It's-
grows.
It's a weave.
It'll regrow tomorrow. It's
Mm.
fine.
And then make a dexterity check to see how well you do there.
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna say it's attached, and there's not really any noticeable unless someone is like actively braiding your hair.
Okay. Well, I'll magic it when we get to town. Yeah, no, I mean, I would say basically, you just have to give me my space, and you don't have anything to worry about. And
That's
don't
quite-
fucking assault me.
Hey, I haven't assaulted you before. I don't have any intentions of doing so ever, so we should be fine.
Great.
Also,
Sounds good.
Billy, one note is that you probably wouldn't have been handling any silver coins with your bare hands. So
No, I've got gloves.
yeah, I know, but like with gloves, like in any time you'd be handling silver coins. I don't know if you just normally wear gloves or.
I do normally wear gloves because that's
Okay,
especially if
wouldn't have
I'm
been
in
noticeable then.
town. Like it's one of those things that
Yeah.
if I was a grung character, I would make sure I always have gloves that I put on
Yeah,
before
yeah.
I
Supple
touch
leather.
somebody or something. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
same.
yeah.
Like I've lived with this condition. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay.
currently I carry very little silver. Most of my transactions I will purpose. It's
Yeah.
like having a credit card minimum. You know, I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
try and pay for things in gold. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Gold and copper.
Yeah, like I have way more copper than I need so that I can pay for things with 100 copper or 50 copper
Yeah.
or whatever.
You're one of those people. You got a big ass bag of coins.
Yeah, for example, you rounded up my room cost, but I subtracted it from my sheet in copper and the 1 silver coin I had.
That's
What's
very
this?
good, Malthon.
I couldn't resist. First thing that came to my mind immediately when you finally hulked out.
Yeah, yeah. We also almost saw something else because I missed one of my main mechanics.
Oh no.
You
I'm
wouldn't.
sad,
Yeah.
I'm sad that
It's
Stroog
fine.
that Rook died.
It wouldn't have happened had we all done the things. It's all good. It followed the rules that it didn't
Uh-huh.
happen.
Maltharn would have been gone. He would have been booking it 10 miles back, babe.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat you.
Alright. Yeah. By the way, I saw that people are doing Spelljammer stuff. What's the deal with that?
I've been trying to get a Spelljammer sci-fi game going for like the longest time, but nobody wants it. Nobody showed interest, so
I have
kinda gave
interest.
up.
It's just not on the days that you have.
Yeah, unfortunately, my schedule's pretty packed tight.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's just a
I don't know
scheduling
what-
thing.
I fucking want, but I can't.
We're doing it. Also, Nate, I don't know if you have a second to figure out my character stuff for this week's game.
Yeah, I was in. What? You wanted to talk about other people's?
I can hop out.
Yeah, or potentially walk you through the homebrew thing, but whichever is more amicable to yourself.
I think the others would be easier, just because I am about to
Okay.
run as well. So what? Here, do you want to go downstairs?
Yes, let's do that.
All right. Since I'm not gonna come back, night, Josh. Night. Thanks.
Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm sad Root died, but hey, now Shaga's gonna get a new pet. So
I tried, man. I even used my my nice thunder bottle for it.
yeah, it was cool.
I'm glad it worked. It worked really well.
And Tika got the killing blow, which is fun.
Fuck yes. I don't think she realized right away that she got the killing blow.
With Magic Stone, no less. That's always fun to do.
Oh fuck yeah. That's definitely the reason why though. Maltharn, after the Sturgis, Maltharn was initially at 7 until you healed him. That's why he was like a bit wary of the rogue lashes, because it's like, oh Jesus Christ, I'm already half dead, please.
And then the troll popped up and said, "You're like, oh shit!"
When the troll popped up, my fucking heart dropped out. I'm like, I'm dead. Oh my god. This man can clap me 7 ways from Sunday, and I cannot stop him.
But the funny thing was, that if we'd all just given hair, he would have left us alone. He would have helped us too. But no, people were like, "I like my hair."
Oh god, yeah. And yeah, it's long, but it was a good fucking session. Obviously, got this streaming, my good friend.
Yeah, it's okay. You get to see Rook die and his girlfriend be sad.
Yeah, that was fucking heartbreaking. I love crows and ravens, man. Like, it's so sad when they're upset, because, like, and I know it sounds corny to a lot of people, but it's just like, I fucking know that animals feel love, and it's like, seeing that just fucking breaks my heart.
Oh yeah. It's like Rook didn't understand that Freya loved him, and it's like Shug did. He knows that she digged him.
Mm-hmm.
Rook's like, huh? What? This is my sister. And she's like, no, this is my boyfriend.
Big old bubble brain.
It's like every time that Rook would be, or Shug would be using speak with animals, she'd be like, tell him how much I love him. How much I love him. How he's my best man. He's my boyfriend. And he's like, I'm not gonna do that. Stop. Please stop. And that's kind of why she was always annoyed with him, because he would not appease her. But he is making her a Rook fur necklace.
Nice. I can appreciate that.
Assuming she comes back to him.
I'm sure she will.
Yeah. But yeah, after I looked at Jalak Dur, I was like, it's a fucking chicken. God damn it.
Yeah,
God.
I didn't see it before until you mentioned it, especially at the fucking point at the top of like a little bit of a beak there with the coloration.
Yeah.
I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I can't unsee it now.
yeah, I just see a chicken and I was like, son of a bitch. It's got the comb on the top and little fuzzy fur tail on the end with the little poofy butt, and then the butt and breast fur, and then the 2 clawed feet at the bottom. And see, we got little baby chicks following it.
Yeah, I do. Goddamn.
All right, well, I'm gonna go to bed now. You have a good one. I'll see you on Saturday.
Have a good one, man. I will see you Saturday for the temporary characters for some, new for others.
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a wonderful night. Thank you all for tuning in. Tomorrow we'll be having Ashes of Otrin at 8 p.m. If that doesn't carry through, because sometimes we're missing people, we'll still definitely have the Festering Faiths campaign at midnight tomorrow's time. So, Eastern Standard Time, USA, the usual midnight time. Say beautiful and lovely and handsome. Good evening, good afternoon, and good night.